Chapter 229. The devil spirit ape turned into a phantom and pounced forward. The demonic beast flapped its wings and its speed doubled. In the blink of an eye, it left the devil spirit ape behind. Wang Lin saw everything clearly from behind. He slapped his bag of holding and a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. After summoning it, his hand seals changed, and a ray of green light shot out from the mirror and landed on the demonic beast in the distance. The demonic beast's body immediately stopped, but soon, a strand of gray gas came out from its body. The moment the green light touched the gray gas, it petrified. Su Liguo was shocked and secretly thought that this thing was powerful. Fortunately, he didn't go up earlier. While Wang Lin wasn't paying attention to him, he quickly retreated. He made up his mind that as long as Wang Lin didn't give him an order, he wouldn't go up and cause trouble for himself. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he became even more interested in this demonic beast. He changed his seal and shot out a ray of light that landed on the bronze mirror. The mirror suddenly flipped and the back of the mirror faced the direction of the demonic beast. Shortly after, a creature that looked exactly like the demonic beast appeared on the back of the mirror. In just a few breaths of time, the creature that appeared let out a roar and charged out from the mirror. The moment the creature appeared, it immediately grew larger. It was almost the same as the fleeing demonic beast. If they were placed side by side, it would be very difficult to tell which one was the real one. The roar of the creature attracted the attention of the demonic beast. It suddenly slowed down and turned around to look at the creature formed by the ancient mirror. Its huge mouth instantly turned red. Surprisingly, it didn't run away but quickly flew back, roaring as it charged forward. Soon, the two beasts began to fight. Bursts of gray gas spread out as the two beasts dodged each other. At the same time, their huge mouths constantly tried to stab each other's bodies. Wang Lin stood not far away and carefully observed the demonic beast's fighting style. It was clear that the gray gas was the beast's spell, and the mouths were its powerful weapons. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin touched the bronze mirror with his right hand. The creature formed by the bronze mirror immediately slowed down. The demonic beast seized this opportunity, and its sharp mouth pierced deep into the creature's body. Then it fiercely inhaled. The creature immediately let out a roar and turned into a ray of green light that disappeared. The demonic beast was startled, but it quickly let out a few roars. It turned around and viciously stared at Wang Lin. Its long mouth turned red again. However, it hesitated and didn't attack. Instead, it turned around and fled. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Evil creature, you think you can run?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand and an item immediately appeared in his hand. It was a small flag that was incomparably black. Waves of killing intent emanated from the flag. It was the restriction flag with a single attribute. This was Wang Lin's most powerful treasure. Even he didn't dare to refine it to 99 sets of restrictions. If he did, it would attract divine retribution. Without the sea of devil's fog blocking it, the flag would be destroyed by the divine retribution. Therefore, he only refined the 98th set of restrictions on the scroll before he stopped. The demonic beast was already intelligent. When it saw the black flag, it revealed a look of fear. It flapped its wings and moved even faster. It moved like a bolt of lightning as it escaped. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he waved the restriction flag. Suddenly, the flag moved without any wind and a ray of restriction gas shot out like a meteor from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the demonic beast. The fear in the demonic beast's eyes turned into panic and gray gas came out of its body. However, this gray gas was nothing compared to the restriction flag, so it landed on the demonic beast without any delay. The demonic beast's body trembled, and it fell from the sky. Wang Lin grabbed it and it landed in his hand. Wang Lin was very careful in controlling the power of the restriction flag. He only used 20% of it, but he still underestimated the power of a single attribute restriction. Just 20% was enough to seriously injure a demonic beast with the power of a late-stage core formation cultivator. The demonic beast was lying in Wang Lin's hand. There were many injuries on its body and purple blood was flowing out. Even its mouth had cracks and its eyes were dim. It was obvious that it was about to die. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he bit the tip of his finger and dropped a drop of blood onto the demonic beast's eyes. Shortly after, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a few pills from the Cloud Sky sect and fed them to the demonic beast. After the demonic beast took the pills, its body trembled and began to release bursts of gray light. The wounds on its body quickly healed and the cracks on its mouth disappeared. Soon it returned to normal. It flapped its wings and flew up from Wang Lin's hand. It circled around Wang Lin a few times and let out a few helpless roars. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and threw out an inner core. The demonic beast's eyes suddenly lit up and it quickly stabbed into the inner core. The inner core visibly shrank until it completely disappeared. The demonic beast's body moved and it was obvious that it had grown a lot. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and stared at the demonic beast for a while. He suddenly took out a bag of holding and began to take out the inner cores one by one. He continued to throw them at the demonic beast. The demonic beast's eyes immediately became a bit crazy. Every time it absorbed an inner core, its body would grow a bit. This was especially true when it swallowed a mid-quality spirit beast's inner core. The beast's body would double in size. After swallowing dozens of inner cores, the demonic beast's body was the size of a normal calf. As a result, the fine hair on its body could be clearly seen. Its large wings were more than 10 feet long, and when they flapped, they created a powerful gust of wind. Its mouth, which was getting thinner and thinner, gave off a very eerie feeling. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but feel his hair stand up when he saw it. Wang Lin was sure that he had never met a demonic beast like this before. When it was small, the gray gas it emitted was obviously its main attack method. But now that it had grown, no matter how Wang Lin looked at it, he felt that its sharp mouth was the beast's real weapon. The corner of his mouth moved. Wang Lin jumped up and stood on the back of the demonic beast. He sent out a thought and the demonic beast flapped its wings. It turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin could feel a strong wind blowing on his face. It was clear that after the demonic beast swallowed the inner core, its speed had also increased. Previously, Wang Lin was quite envious of Qiu Siping's boat. Although he had taken small beasts from the land of the ancient gods to form a hurricane, its speed wasn't very fast and couldn't compare to the boat. But now, with this ferocious-looking demonic beast as a mount, its speed had already surpassed Qiu Siping's boat. It was even comparable to Wang Lin's flying speed. Damn it, I've already been F***ed. Everyone, help me F***ck it again. The top 6 positions in the Xianxiao world are basically fixed every month. The old man said that from this month onwards, he would charge into the top 6 every month. Chapter 230. Wang Lin stood on the beast and flew as fast as lightning. As long as it wasn't a high-quality spirit beast, the beast under his feet would stab them with its mouth and suck their cores. While flying, Wang Lin secretly pondered and searched through his memories. Finally, he found a powerful demonic beast called the Mosquito Beast. Although there was a huge difference in size and strength, there was one thing that was similar, and that was their long mouth. In 2C's memories, he had only seen the Mosquito Beast once, and that was in a desolate star system. There were almost no cultivators in that star system, and it was shrouded in a gray gas. 2C had crossed several star systems in order to find refining materials. In that desolate star system, even with how powerful an ancient god was, he almost lost his life. The reason for this was a mosquito beast with a long mouth. At first, there were only a few of them, and their cultivation was only equal to a high-quality desolate beast. They were easily killed by him, but the deeper he went into the star system, the more beasts there were. In the end, they formed a dense mass. If there was only one of them, it would be fine, but once there were many of them, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between them. Even their spells would multiply. As a result, it was difficult for 2C to deal with them. After he escaped from the star system, he hesitated for a long time and didn't enter again. This was because the moment he escaped, he noticed that an unimaginable amount of mosquito beasts had flown out from the countless planets in the star system. Just one glance was enough to make 2C's scalp go numb. Wang Lin looked at the beast under his feet and paid particular attention to its mouth. Even if this beast wasn't the mosquito beast, it had to be related in some way. Otherwise, how could it have the same mouth? With this in mind, Wang Lin rarely attacked. Even though the beast encountered powerful enemies and almost lost its life, Wang Lin coldly watched. Only when it faced a life or death crisis would he help. As a result, although the journey was a bit delayed, the mosquito beast's attack power continued to increase. 8 days later, Wang Lin finally arrived at Lianmo City on the beast. Lianmo City was quite a large city. Pavilions and houses of various sizes could be found all over the city. There were many cultivators in the city, especially in the teleportation formations in the city, where there was an endless stream of cultivators. It has to be said that there were a lot of demonic beasts in the Sea of Devils. Only those with a certain level of cultivation dared to travel in the wild or in small groups. Most cultivators chose to spend a few spirit stones to use the transfer arrays. At the very least, their safety was guaranteed. When Wang Lin arrived on the mosquito beast, the cultivators guarding the city were all dumbfounded. They stared at the creepy mosquito beast and sucked in a few breaths of cold air. Wang Lin stood on the back of the beast and flew into the city without any hesitation. The moment he entered the city, 3 divine senses came from the city and immediately scanned toward him. Wang Lin frowned and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the city. As for the mosquito beast, he had already put it into his bag of holding. As for his cultivation level, Wang Lin deliberately hid it to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. With how powerful his divine sense was, unless someone reached the soul formation stage, no one would be able to see through it. The moment his body disappeared, 3 people suddenly appeared in the sky. The 3 of them were indistinguishable from each other except for the color of their clothes: black, white, and red. The black-robed old man had a serious expression on his face. After carefully looking around, he said in a deep voice, "This nascent soul cultivator obviously doesn't want to show himself. Never mind, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble in Lianmo City, we don't need to trouble him." The other 2 looked at each other, then their bodies flashed and disappeared. What they didn't know was that from beginning to end, Wang Lin's divine sense was locked onto the 3 of them. It wasn't until they disappeared that Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and walked around Lianmo City. There were many shops in the city. Wang Lin looked around and stopped from time to time, but he didn't see anyone selling a map of the Sea of Devils. Not long after, Wang Lin stopped and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Before him was a 3-story building with 3 large words on it: Treasure Refining Pavilion. Wang Lin still remembered the old man who rode the turtle beast. Now that many years had passed, the old man must have found the small beast that he used to transfer the restriction to. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. He didn't enter the pavilion and directly walked past it. As for the old man riding the turtle beast, Wang Lin was confident that with his current cultivation level, even if he couldn't defeat the old man, he would be able to protect himself and escape. It wouldn't be like before, when he didn't even have a chance to escape. As he walked, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at a jade shop in the corner of the alley. There was a faint trace of spiritual energy on the sign outside the shop. This trace of spiritual energy was very faint. Only after one's cultivation level reached the nascent soul stage would they be able to detect it. If one was below the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't be able to see anything. With Wang Lin's experience in the Sea of Devils, he had heard that in some main cities, aside from the markets that were open to all cultivators, there were also secret markets. These secret markets often limited the cultivation level of the person who wanted to enter. Only after reaching a certain level could one enter. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit and was about to walk forward when his expression suddenly changed. He saw a young man running toward him. This young man was very handsome, but he looked very flustered. As he ran, he looked back. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a fierce expression. The middle-aged man quickly caught up and grabbed the young man's shoulder. The young man quickly dodged and almost bumped into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flashed and he dodged to the side. The young man staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. A piece of purple jade fell out of his chest. This piece of jade was the size of a fist and looked crystal clear. The young man's face revealed a look of fear. He quickly grabbed the purple jade and tightly held it in his hand. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already closed in. Perhaps it was because Wang Lin was standing in his way, but he waved his hand toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He took a step back and dodged the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man was surprised, but he still fiercely said, "You dare to block your grandpa's path? Gram." Wang Lin calmly looked at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was barely at the late stage of foundation establishment. His body's spiritual energy was mixed and incomplete. It was obvious that he had taken medicine to increase his cultivation. When the middle-aged man saw that Wang Lin didn't speak, he snorted and turned to look at the young man holding the purple jade. He fiercely said, "Brat, you've eaten a leopard's guts. You dare to steal your grandpa's jade." The young man's body trembled. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he still said, "Nonsense. This is my family heirloom." The middle-aged man laughed and kicked the young man. He easily grabbed the purple jade with his right hand and contemptuously said, "So what if I like it? Let me tell you, I'm not going to steal it, I'm going to buy it. Here, take it." With that said, he took out a low-grade spirit stone and threw it on the ground. The young man's kick caused him to fall to the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at the middle-aged man. At this moment, some of the passers-by turned to look, but when they saw the middle-aged man, their expressions changed. They immediately lowered their heads and pretended not to see him before hurriedly leaving. Wang Lin glanced at them and no longer paid them any attention. He turned around and walked toward the shop with the nascent soul mark. Wang Lin recognized the young man's purple jade. It was a type of refining material called the purple crystal. This stone looked like jade, but it wasn't. It was very valuable. This fist-sized piece could be sold for at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the middle-aged man's foul language, if it was before, with Wang Lin's temperament, he definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. However, as his cultivation gradually increased, Wang Lin didn't have any interest in punishing such a small character. He didn't want to cause trouble for the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man didn't let it go. After stealing the purple jade, he became quite proud of himself and became even more arrogant. When he turned around to look at Wang Lin's departing figure, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and shout, "Stop right there. I told you to scram, not to leave." With that, he took a step forward and slapped Wang Lin's head with his right hand. Wang Lin stopped and turned around to look at the middle-aged man. This gaze caused the middle-aged man's heart to jump. His palms stopped and a line of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Scram!" Wang Lin's voice was calm as he turned around and walked toward the shop. At this moment, an old man walked out of the shop. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. His dim eyes glanced at Wang Lin and no longer paid him any attention. Instead, he picked up a cloth and began to wipe the signboard. The middle-aged man's face fluctuated between green and white. He looked around and found that many people were looking at him. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding to take out a flying sword. He pointed at Wang Lin's back and shouted, "Go!" The flying sword was as fast as lightning and wasn't far from Wang Lin. In an instant it arrived before Wang Lin. However, before the flying sword could touch Wang Lin, it strangely split in half and fell to the ground. Wang Lin turned around. This time, he was filled with killing intent. He waved his right hand and a restriction immediately flew out and landed on the middle-aged man's forehead. The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he let out a miserable scream before turning into a pool of blood. All that was left was a bag of holding and the purple jade he didn't have time to put inside. The youth on the side stared at the purple jade in the blood. He clenched his teeth and rushed out. He picked up the jade and put it in his pocket. After carefully looking at Wang Lin, he quickly ran away. The passers-by in the surroundings were shocked, and they quickly walked away without saying a word, leaving this place as far as possible. Even the old man in the shop couldn't help but frown. Seeing Wang Lin calmly walk toward him, the old man quickly stopped him and said, "This shop is not open to the public. Fellow cultivator, please leave." Wang Lin's expression sank. He pointed at the nascent soul mark on the signboard and slowly asked, "If it's not open to the public, what is this mark?" The old man was startled and immediately became respectful. He quickly said, "Senior, please don't blame me. Please come in and we'll talk inside." After entering the shop, the old man revealed an awkward expression and hesitated to speak. In the end, he sighed and said, "Senior, this is one of the secret nascent soul markets in Lian-Mo City. However, it will only open in 3 days. I advise you not to wait and instead leave as soon as possible." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he sat to the side and calmly said, "But what background did the person I just killed have? But what background did the person I just killed have?" The old man revealed an awkward expression. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded his head and said nothing more. At this moment, a powerful spiritual sense suddenly came from the eastern part of the city. After sweeping through the city, it left behind a message, "Villain that killed my disciple, come out." The old man's expression greatly changed, and he looked at Wang Lin with a pleading expression. He bitterly smiled and said, "Senior, please take pity on this old man and leave. If that person blames me, this old man will not be able to bear the consequences. In addition, this time, all the tokens of the nascent soul secret market have been given out. Even if Senior comes back in 3 days, you will not be allowed to enter." Wang Lin stood up. His gaze was still as calm as before. He asked, "Does the person who sent the message have a token?" The old man was startled and subconsciously nodded his head. However, his expression immediately changed. When he looked at the person again, Wang Lin had already disappeared. In the sky above Lian-Mo City, a bald man with a thick python coiled around his body stood upright. This person had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was fierce and his gaze was gloomy. On his body there were many storage pouches of different sizes. Each of them emitted bursts of spiritual qi. This person was one of the nascent soul protectors of Lian-Mo City. He was originally in seclusion, but when he sensed that his disciple's soul and blood had dissipated, it was obvious that he had been killed. In a fit of rage, he came out of seclusion to question the culprit. In order to prevent the culprit from escaping, he had even sent people to seal off the entire Lian-Mo City. Coupled with the description of some cultivators who had witnessed the process of his disciple's death, he already knew the culprit's appearance. Thus, using his nascent soul divine sense, he began to search for the culprit within the city. However, the more he searched, the more puzzled he became. He had already searched the entire Lian-Mo City several times, but the culprit seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. He even used his divine sense to probe the shop in the secret market. However, he still could not find the culprit's existence. Thus, he sent out his divine sense in extreme anger. In his opinion, the culprit must have escaped using some kind of secret technique. Sending out his divine sense was just to vent his anger. However, what he did not expect was that almost as soon as the divine sense was sent out, a young man suddenly appeared 10 feet away from him. This person had a head full of white hair and was unusually cold. He was exactly the same as the culprit that the passers-by had described. The bald man's pupils suddenly constricted. He took a few steps back and stared at the other party. His anger was almost immediately restrained. Although he looked boorish, he was quite cautious in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have his current cultivation and status. The young man in front of him had teleported. In addition, his divine sense had searched for a long time without finding the culprit. Combining these 2 points together, there was only one explanation. Not only was the person in front of him a nascent soul cultivator, his cultivation level was much higher than his. After Wang Lin appeared, he slapped his storage pouch without saying a word. Suddenly, the restriction banner appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he shouted, "Scatter!" Immediately, the restriction banner moved and turned into a black curtain that covered the entire sky. It crazily swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lien Mo city was covered by the black curtain. The sky suddenly darkened. The bald man's expression changed and he secretly complained. Without any hesitation, he opened his storage pouch. One by one, insects of different shapes and sizes flew out of the pouch and surrounded the man. At the same time, he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding." Wang Lin didn't wait for him to finish. He coldly snorted and pointed at the restriction banner. Immediately, there was a buzzing sound and 9 black dragons flew out from the banner. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his storage pouch and the bronze mirror appeared in his hand. After he summoned it, it began to emit bursts of green light. The restrictive aura's destructive power was extremely strong. The 9 black dragons descended from different directions. Almost in an instant, the flying insects around the burly man disappeared one by one. The man was shocked. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, he felt like he was suffocating under the strange treasure. The power of the treasure made his heart jump. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his entire body turned into a bloody shadow and quickly retreated. He knew that if he stayed under the black curtain, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. The only thing he could do right now was to charge out of the black curtain and try again outside. Seeing that he was about to charge out of the black curtain, the man revealed a happy expression. However, at this moment, 9 more black dragons came out from the restriction banner and surrounded him from all directions. At the same time, Wang Lin had already expected this person to do this. The bronze mirror above his head flashed, and a ray of green light shined on the person. The person's blood shadow couldn't help but pause for a moment. This pause allowed the 9 rays of restriction gas to land on the person's body. At this moment of crisis, the man spat out a trident. He gripped it and swept it around in a circle. Immediately, the 9 black dragons dissipated one by one. However, his body was delayed and he couldn't help but slow down. Although he managed to escape from the green light, his body was emitting green smoke and his expression was extremely weak. The moment he charged out of the green light, he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. His nascent soul came out of his head with a panicked expression and quickly escaped. A strange, black flying sword flew out of his chest, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Wang Lin sneered and waved his right hand. The black flying sword immediately disappeared and teleported in front of him. All of this happened in an extremely short amount of time. From the moment Wang Lin appeared to the moment the man's nascent soul left his body, only a few breaths of time had passed. At this moment, the expressions of the nascent soul cultivators that had been watching the battle changed greatly. The 3 nascent soul cultivators that were also protectors immediately teleported out. They didn't dare to enter the black curtain and instead waited outside to help the man's nascent soul. The man's nascent soul quickly ran away with a panicked expression. He saw his 3 good friends. As long as he could get to their side, he believed that he would be able to escape this calamity. He never thought that he would provoke such a fiend. The fiend didn't even say a word before trying to kill him. He had forgotten that his original intention was to kill Wang Lin to avenge his disciple. However, when he saw that Wang Lin was a nascent soul cultivator, he became a bit hesitant. If Wang Lin wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, then he would have already been brutally killed by this person. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the black curtain, the man's nascent soul revealed a look of joy. However, at this moment, his 3 good friends suddenly revealed expressions of shock and rushed toward him. The burly man was startled, but immediately after, he felt a sudden gust of wind around him. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a terrifying demon the size of a calf suddenly appearing above his head, bringing with it gusts of wind. The most eye-catching part of this monster was its huge and sharp mouth, which was getting thinner and thinner. At this moment, 99 restrictions appeared from the restriction flag and blocked the path of the 3 nascent soul cultivators. The 3 of them couldn't help pausing. The black forbidden chi had come quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, and the scene that appeared in front of them was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The ferocious creature's mouth pierced deep into the big man's nascent soul's head. Under the illumination of a green light, the big man's nascent soul trembled and became smaller and smaller. Finally, the entire nascent soul was devoured by the ferocious creature. The monster's originally black body began to shine with a golden light. It coldly looked at the 3 of them before flapping its wings and returning to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the restriction flag and the ancient mirror. At the same time, the man's bag of holding and the halberd all returned to his hand. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Wang Lin took out a token with the word "secret" written on it in black. After taking the token, he looked at the 3 people in the distance and disappeared without a word. This battle was watched by many people in Lien Mo City. Some of them were nascent soul cultivators that came to participate in the secret market. Wang Lin's clean killing of the man left a deep impression on them, especially the endless amount of treasures and the beast that devoured the nascent soul. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they still couldn't recognize what that beast was. Even the 3 old men who were also protectors pondered for a bit and didn't go up to argue with Wang Lin. After all, in the Sea of Devils, strength determined everything. The 3 of them still needed to report this matter to the city lord. However, the city lord was in closed-door cultivation all year round, so this matter might be delayed. After all, the white-haired youth's cultivation level was comparable to a mid- or late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The 3 of them looked at each other, let out a sigh, and left. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was inside the secret market. He threw the token at the dumbfounded old man and calmly said, "Now I have a token. My monthly votes increased very quickly and I managed to explode someone's chrysanthemum. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Now, please help me explode another chrysanthemum. Let's see where the celestial renegade cultivator ranks." Chapter 231. Wang Lin stayed at the inn in Lien Mo City for 3 days. During these 3 days, many nascent soul cultivators came to visit. Wang Lin changed his indifferent attitude and received them one by one, making him acquainted with many eccentric people. Most of these nascent soul cultivators weren't from the city and had specifically come to participate in the secret market. Wang Lin's battle with the bald man immediately caused them to feel respect. It must be known that in the world of cultivation, strength speaks the loudest. Wang Lin's casual manner in killing the bald man immediately caused these people's hearts to tremble, causing them to personally pay a visit. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the secret market to open. Early in the morning, a core formation cultivator came to the inn and respectfully handed Wang Lin an invitation to the secret market. Then, he personally led the way to the store. When the old man saw Wang Lin, his eyes revealed an extremely respectful expression, and he carefully welcomed Wang Lin into the store. Soon after, he struck a spell seal on the wall of the rear courtyard, causing the wall to ripple. After doing this, he took out a raincoat from his storage pouch and respectfully handed it over to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood in place and didn't take a step forward. Instead, he swept the interior with his spiritual sense and immediately discovered that there was a completely different world inside. It was an extremely exquisite pavilion with 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators sitting inside. All of them wore raincoats and were either sitting alone or quietly conversing with each other. When Wang Lin's spiritual sense swept inside, apart from a middle-aged scholar who had his eyes closed, no one else noticed him. This person was also the only one who wasn't wearing a raincoat. The middle-aged scholar's expression remained the same, but a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Wang Lin's heart tightened. When he swept the hall with his spiritual sense, he discovered that most of the cultivators in the hall were at early nascent soul stage. Only this cultivator, who appeared to be at early nascent soul stage, was actually at the peak of late nascent soul stage and was only a step away from deity transformation stage. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique this person cultivated, but his divine sense was quite strong and could actually detect Wang Lin's divine sense. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin took the straw cape and put it on his head. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and entered the wall. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall. He found a seat and sat down, then closed his eyes to rest. His actions immediately caused some of the cultivators who were about to talk to him to change their minds. Although Wang Lin's eyes were closed, his divine sense seemed to be staring at the middle-aged scholar in the corner. The moment he entered, the middle-aged scholar's gaze had been on him for a long time. After a while, a few more cultivators arrived. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats that covered their appearances. Some of them even had a layer of black fog around them. When Wang Lin saw this, he already knew that these people were obviously afraid of being recognized. If they revealed the treasures they were trading, it would bring trouble to themselves. However, among the cultivators here, there were many who didn't cover their appearances. It was obvious that they had something to rely on and weren't afraid of exposing their identities. However, Wang Lin had a doubt in his heart. How could there be so many nascent soul cultivators coming to a small secret market in Lian Mo City? He looked around and saw that there were more than 30 seats in the main hall. Could it be that there were more than 30 nascent soul cultivators participating in the secret market today? Although he had doubts in his heart, on the surface, Wang Lin was calm and at ease. After waiting for a while, no more cultivators came. At this moment, a man wearing a straw cape that was sitting at the head of the table coughed. He swept his gaze around and slowly said, "This secret market is jointly held by the 3 cities, so there are a few more people. However, everyone is here to trade for what they need, so I believe you will return with a full load. The old man will go first." As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and poured it in front of him. Suddenly, several inner cores and a few magic treasures flew out. On top of the magic treasures, there was a hidden sharpness. It was obvious that they possessed great power. The inner cores are from middle-rank spirit beasts. As everyone knows, middle-rank spirit beasts are equivalent to late nascent soul stage cultivators. These magic treasures are all made from the bones of middle-rank spirit beasts. Their power is not bad, especially this bell. It is made from the eardrum of a secondary wing beast, so its effect is extraordinary. These items will only be exchanged for spirit stones. The person slowly said. These items floated in front of the person. If someone were to take a fancy to them, they only needed to reach out and the items would immediately fly into their hand. In this kind of secret market, there was no need to worry that someone would act shamelessly after obtaining the items. It must be known that there was a powerful formation in the main hall. If someone were to run away after stealing the treasures, they would only be asking for trouble. These things were all learned by Wang Lin from the conversations he had with people over the past few days. At this moment, when he heard that the secret market was jointly held by the 3 cities, he immediately understood that this place was certainly an existence similar to a spatial crack. Within the 3 cities, there were definitely many shops like the one Wang Lin had just entered. These cultivators only needed to choose one, and they would be transported here. As a result, the safety of the traders was guaranteed. After waiting for a long time, aside from a masked cultivator who used spirit stones to exchange for the bell, none of the other cultivators moved. Soon it was the next person's turn. Slowly, all kinds of magic treasures, pills, and manuals were taken out by the people in the main hall. All of these things were very valuable, and not something a normal cultivator could obtain. Even one of them could be placed on the highest floor of the treasure refining pavilion and be sold for a sky-high price. Most of the cultivators in the main hall only traded and didn't sell. Their favorite things were alchemy and treasure refining materials. Of course, if they had finished magic treasures or pills to trade, then they would be even more popular. Aside from these, there were also spirit stones. Before the fog in the Sea of Devils dissipated, the consumption of spirit stones wasn't that high. Therefore, their value gradually decreased and they were only used for cultivation. However, after the fog in the Sea of Devils dissipated, there were many beasts. As a result, it became very dangerous to travel in the wild. Therefore, more and more people chose to use transfer arrays. It has to be said that there were 2 types of transfer arrays. One was the auspicious transfer array. It was made by cultivators during the auspicious era. Not only were there not many left, most of them were damaged, so not many could still be used. Once activated, depending on the consumption, they could be transported millions of kilometers away. However, to use the auspicious transfer array, one could only use top-quality spirit stones. As a result, almost no one in the Sea of Devils could use it. After all, top-quality spirit stones were almost extinct. Even if someone had a top-quality spirit stone, very few people would be willing to use it. The other type was the normal transfer array. This type of transfer array was very simple. Depending on the distance, the consumption of spirit stones ranged from 10 low-quality spirit stones to 100 mid-quality spirit stones. Although the teleportation distance was only a few 100,000 kilometers, it was very cheap. It was currently the most common method of travel for cultivators in the Sea of Devils. However, as a result, a large amount of spirit stones were consumed and the value of spirit stones gradually increased. After trading with a few people, it was the turn of a cultivator wearing a raincoat. He lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I don't have many items, just some ancient books. If any of you are interested, you can trade for them. However, due to the uniqueness of these items, I won't let you see them up close." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and 7 or 8 jades flew out. These jades were all very dim and some were even cracked. They gave off an ancient aura, indicating that they were very old. There was a green barrier around these jade. It was obvious that this person had set up some kind of treasure to prevent others from looking at them. This is the ancient demonic beast catalog. This is the secret of the ancient cultivation world. This is the blueprint of the ancient transfer array. These things can only be traded for cores. The lowest quality must be mid-quality spirit beast. 5 cores for 1 jade. After the cultivator finished introducing them one by one, he no longer spoke and waited for people to ask questions. Some of the surrounding people immediately frowned and thought that this person's price was too high. 5 jades for a mid-quality spirit beast core was not worth it, let alone the other way around. In truth, the cultivator in the raincoat also let out a sigh. He didn't have anything good to take out. He found these jades in the secret cave of an ancient cultivator. That ancient cultivator was very poor, so aside from these jades, there was nothing else in the cave. When the cultivator in the raincoat first started, the price wasn't expensive. However, after participating in many secret fairs, no one showed any interest. In his anger, he directly asked for a sky-high price. In his mind, these things were worthless in the hands of useless people, but if they met someone who really needed them, they would buy them no matter how high the price was. In fact, his guess was correct. When Wang Lin heard the words, Ancient Transfer Array Blueprint, his expression remained the same, but his heart skipped a beat. He didn't think he would be able to find the Ancient Transfer Array jade he had been searching for. Without a word, his right hand suddenly moved. While the cultivator in the woven rush raincoat was still in shock, he easily broke the green light shield around the jade slip. He directly grabbed the jade slips that recorded the ancient teleportation formation and took them. The cultivator in the raincoat was shocked. His face immediately became ugly. He knew that although the azure light shield wasn't strong, to be able to break it so easily was something he couldn't do. He also believed that even a mid-nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to break it so easily. The only explanation was that this person was a late nascent soul cultivator. After receiving the jade slips, Wang Lin swept them with his divine sense and immediately put them into his bag of holding. At the same time, he threw out 5 mid-quality spirit beast cores. The cultivator in the raincoat caught the cores and let out a sigh. He didn't pursue the matter of Wang Lin forcefully breaking the azure light shield. He waited for a while, and seeing that no one was interested, he put away the jade slips. When Wang Lin made his move, 3 of the nascent soul cultivators paid attention to him. One of them was the middle-aged scholar. The other 2 were wearing raincoat. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly, when they raised their heads, their eyes lit up. After a short period of silence, another cultivator began to introduce his treasures. It didn't take long before it was Wang Lin's turn. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent and all the cultivators looked at each other. It has to be said that once an expert makes a move, it's easy to tell if someone is skilled or not. Wang Lin's grab made everyone realize that this fellow cultivator's cultivation wasn't simple. These cultivators couldn't help but be curious about what items Wang Lin could take out. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then he slapped his bag of holding and took out several mid-quality spirit beast cores. In addition, there were also a few treasures he didn't use. After seeing Wang Lin take out these common things, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, their faces didn't show any of it. After all, these people were all very cunning, and their control of their expressions had reached a peak. I'll trade for the Suzaku map. The more complete, the better. Wang Lin's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. The moment he spoke, the surrounding cultivators all had strange expressions. After a long time, one of them asked, "Fellow cultivator, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to trade for a map with these things. I'm afraid you won't even be able to trade for a map of the Sea of Devils." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "Oh? Then what can I use to trade for a map?" The middle-aged scholar let out a gentle smile and said, "Fellow cultivator, I presume you haven't been in the Sea of Devils for long. Let me explain to you. Forget about the Sea of Devils. A map of any cultivation country on the Suzaku is very valuable. After all, the Suzaku is too big, so it would be very inconvenient to travel without a map. As for the Sea of Devils, it is even more so. A low-quality map would be worth at least 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. As for mid- and high-quality maps, they are basically priceless. Fellow cultivators' items are simply not enough. Not to mention the map of the entire Suzaku. That is not something a cultivator can obtain. If fellow cultivator has something of equal value, Then I do have a map of the Sea of Devils. However, this map is only low quality and there are a lot of places on it that are not very comprehensive. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "Does fellow cultivator have a map of the surrounding cultivation countries?" The middle-aged scholar bitterly smiled and shook his head. "I don't have that kind of map." A cultivator wearing a raincoat sitting in the corner suddenly said, "I do." This person was one of the cultivators whose eyes lit up when Wang Lin attacked. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and landed on this person. The cultivator wearing the raincoat slowly said, "What price are you willing to pay for a high-quality map of the Sea of Devils and the surrounding 4 continents?" The moment he said this, all the surrounding cultivators' eyes lit up. It has to be said that a high-quality map was already very expensive, and this person's map included the surrounding 4 continents and 148 countries. That was almost 10% of the entire Suzaku. The price of this map was unimaginably expensive. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He currently had 2 maps. One was copied by Chiu Siping and the other was given to him by the woman from the War God's shrine. The woman's map was more comprehensive, but it only stopped at the Sea of Devils. It had the most detailed information on the Xianwu continent where Hofun was located. As for the outer region of the Sea of Devils, it was a bit less detailed. Once you enter the inner region, there was only a rough map. There weren't even any transfer arrays. As for the continent on the other side of the Sea of Devils, it couldn't even be considered a rough map. There were only some simple mountain ranges. According to Wang Lin's analysis, that continent should be where Zhao Nan was, but there was no detailed information. Wang Lin was only guessing, so he didn't act rashly. He was looking for a more comprehensive map. Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "What do you want?" The cultivator sent a voice transmission. "Fellow cultivator, this matter is not urgent. How about we talk in secret after the AO city?" Wang Lin looked at the person and nodded. Everyone knew what was going on and no longer paid attention. However, they were all very curious about what Wang Lin was going to trade for such a precious item. 1 hour later, the secret market ended and everyone left. Wang Lin walked out of the main hall, took off his coat and returned to the shop. A beautiful female cultivator was already waiting for him inside the shop. After seeing Ren Lin, the woman quickly walked up and respectfully said, "Senior, my teacher said he has an appointment with you." "Senior, my master said that he has an appointment with you and asked me to bring you to him." Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat and he became vigilant, but his eyes were still calm. He looked at the woman and found that she was no longer a virgin. She was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, but her body was lacking spiritual energy. It was obvious that she had been harvested a lot. Wang Lin already had an analysis in his heart. That cultivator must be good at harvesting. Under the guidance of the woman, Wang Lin arrived at an ordinary house in Lian Mo City. The woman stopped outside the door and said, "Senior, please enter. Junior will wait outside." Wang Lin didn't waste any time and directly pushed open the door. He had already spread out his divine sense and could see everything inside. He saw an old man with a hooked nose wearing a red robe sitting in the courtyard. There was a green teapot next to him. When he saw Wang Lin come in, he laughed and clasped his hand. "Fellow cultivator, please come in. This is the best fire tea from Hofun. I specially brought it out to welcome fellow cultivator." Wang Lin clasped his hands and sat across from the old man. He didn't even look at the teacup and calmly looked around. With just a glance, he could tell that the old man was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. The old man didn't mind. He personally poured 2 cups of tea and took a sip. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Fellow cultivator, what is your name?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Wang Lin." The old man put down the teacup and gently smiled. "Wang Daoyu, my name is Zhou. Wang Lin was startled and looked at the old man. The old man saw Wang Lin's expression and asked, Has Wang Daoyu heard of me? Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, No, it's just that fellow cultivator has the same name as an old friend of mine, so I was a bit absent-minded. The old man laughed, but his heart tightened. What did this person mean by that? Could it be that this person was trying to trick him? The old man didn't know what Wang Lin was thinking, but on the surface, he laughed and said, Oh, if there is a chance, I'd like to get to know this person. With that, he slapped his bag of holding, took out a piece of jade and said, Wang Daoyu, this piece of jade is the map I was talking about. I'll show it to fellow cultivator, and after you confirm there is no mistake, we can talk. The old man sent out some spiritual energy, and the piece of jade released a gentle light. Shortly after, a large map appeared before Wang Lin. The map was extremely detailed, and even detailed the degree of damage to each ancient transfer array. In addition, there were introductions to the powers, sects, and cultivation clans. There were even names of nascent soul cultivators and above. However, these weren't the important point. The important point was that there was a detailed description of the ancient transfer arrays. Just this point alone made the value of the map even higher. What made Wang Lin even more excited was that there were some simple descriptions of the powers behind the cultivation countries. There were even detailed descriptions of the mines and spirit beast habitat. As a result, the value of this map was obvious. If this was tempting, then what made Wang Lin's heart tremble was that he could clearly see that the Sea of Devils wasn't just 2 continents like the one on the War God Shrine's map. There were a total of 4 continents on the map, and on the left side, there was a very small area with the word Zhao written on it. The old man casually pointed at a location on the map, and the map suddenly disappeared. It turned into the location the old man pointed at. This area continued to expand until it appeared before Wang Lin. It was as clear as if he was looking at it from the sky. Then the old man waved his hand and the map disappeared back into the jade. He put it back into his bag of holding and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at the old man. Right now he had the urge to kill. As long as he killed the old man and took the jade, he would be able to return to Zhao as soon as possible. The old man quickly took a few steps back. His expression was serious as he said, Fellow cultivator, this jade is very old and can easily break. In order to prevent it from breaking, I have used my divine sense to connect to it. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly said, What do you want, Ki? The old man clenched his teeth and said, If you work together with me to kill one person, I will give you this jade. What cultivation level? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. Peak of the late stage of the nascent soul realm, demigod realm. The old man quickly said. Wang Lin stood up and said calmly, Now? Bring enough. The old man was startled. He hesitated for a while and then said, Okay, Wang Daoyu, please follow me. Then, his body flashed and he flew into the air. Wang Lin followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two left Lian Mo City. 3,000 miles outside of the city, there was a basin. Not long after, the two arrived in the air above the basin. Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense and laughed coldly in his heart. He had felt that something was wrong. This person seemed to have known about him, especially the female cultivator in the shop. As soon as she saw him, she immediately went up to him. At that time, he felt that something was wrong. Inside the house, he used the same name to test the old man. Although the old man's expression was normal, with Wang Lin's powerful divine sense, he immediately noticed that the old man's mind was a bit messed up. Now it looked like it was just as he had guessed. There was a formation under the basin with 4 nascent soul cultivators hiding inside. Wang Lin's tone was calm as he slowly said, Unfortunately, if that bald cultivator didn't die, the 6 of you could form a killing formation here. The aquiline-nosed old man's expression suddenly changed. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's G-realm moved. The old man didn't even have time to crush the jade. All he could see were red lightning bolts. Tomorrow, we will leave the Sea of Devils and return to Zhao. Brothers, if you give me a monthly pass, I'll treat you. If you really want to treat me, come to Mudanjiang, I'll treat you. Chapter 232. When the old man heard Wang Lin's words, he was startled. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw rows of red lightning. This was the last scene he would ever see in his life, a soul-chasing painting. His G-realm divine sense, which hadn't been used in a long time, was as sharp as ever. In just an instant, it destroyed the old man's divine sense. The old man's nascent soul was about to leave his body when Wang Lin's palm landed on his chest. His spiritual energy shook and the old man's violet palace shattered. His nascent soul was completely trapped inside, unable to escape. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin took out his nascent soul and forcefully swallowed it. In the eyes of the four people hiding in the basin, Wang Lin had completely become a demon god. Killing people for their nascent souls and directly giving birth to their fragrance, this completely overturned their way of thinking. These people were all demonic cultivators and had seen people kill people for their nascent souls, but directly giving birth to fragrance was something they had never seen before. Compared to them, it was as if Wang Lin was the true demonic cultivator. The four people who were about to ambush Wang Lin were immediately shaken. Without a word, they quickly ran away. However, they shouldn't have provoked Wang Lin. Under the G-realm, Wang Lin's body didn't move, but his divine sense swept out. He caught up to the four people one by one and killed them on the spot. This time, killing 5 people in a row, Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense consumed a lot of nascent soul spiritual energy. His body moved and he grabbed the 4 people's nascent souls and swallowed them. The ancient god tactic quickly circulated and digested them, causing his cultivation to increase. After that, Wang Lin put away the 5 people's storage bags and opened them one by one. First, he took out the jade slip. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Although there were some magical treasures in the rest of the storage bags, there was one thing that attracted Wang Lin's attention. The moment he saw this item, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged along with his emotions. After a long time, he gradually calmed down. In his hand was a sword sheath. A simple and unadorned sword sheath. A simple and unadorned sword sheath that emitted an ancient aura. Wang Lin took a deep breath and carefully looked at it. His eyes revealed a strange expression. This sword sheath looked exactly the same as the one he had in the past, but Wang Lin was certain that it wasn't the same sheath as the one he had in the past. Wang Lin had already refined the sheath with a cold core. As long as he held it in his hand, he would be able to immediately sense it. However, this sheath didn't have any cold core aura at all. Although it looked the same, Wang Lin was certain that it wasn't the same. Aside from the cold core aura, there was another reason why he was so sure. Wang Lin had used that scabbard many times. He clearly remembered that in the middle of the scabbard, there was a place with broken flowers and a strange symbol engraved on it. Of Lin had it Wang Lin. And Wang too of it. Lin Tulong also had a sword. To say. To that. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a normal flying sword. He slowly inserted it into the sheath. When it entered the 3/5 of the way, a powerful force appeared, preventing the flying sword from entering. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pushed down with his spiritual energy. The flying sword immediately sank to 4/5 of the way. Suddenly, Wang Lin's expression changed. He felt a powerful killing intent coming from the sheath. Without any hesitation, he let go of the sheath. The moment he loosened his grip, killing intent exploded out. First, the flying sword broke into pieces. At the same time, a monstrous killing intent rushed out of the scabbard without reservation. At this moment, the world suddenly darkened. The ground under Wang Lin's feet seemed to have been turned by a giant millstone. It completely disappeared, leaving behind a deep gully that extended for hundreds of meters. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. He looked at the sword sheath and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He carefully put it back into his bag of holding and didn't dare to touch it again. With his current cultivation level, he could naturally see that there was a killing intent sealed inside the sword sheath. When he forced the flying sword into the sheath, a bit of the killing intent appeared. However, just a bit was enough to contain such power. If all of the killing intent was released, what kind of scene would it be? Wang Lin didn't dare to imagine. Because of this, he was even more certain that this sword sheath was not the one in front of him. The power of the sword sheath was to increase the power of the flying sword. The difference between entering 1/5 of the way and entering 3/5 of the way was like the difference between heaven and earth. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin became a bit curious about this sword sheath. He secretly guessed that there were more than 2 sword sheaths like this. Inside a volcano in the country of Hofun, a cultivator had used a spell to turn it from a living volcano to a dead volcano that no longer had any lava. Inside the volcano, there were countless rooms of various sizes dug out, and inside each room sat a cultivator. These people were the survivors of the series of events that happened in Hofun. Back when the country of Hofun settled in the country of Xianwu, the country of Xianwu, along with the other cultivation countries, attacked the country of Hofun and drove the 4 sects out of their territory. Li Muan was also forced to leave because of this. Under this volcano there was a complete cave. When the war god shrine retreated from the country of Xianwu, it took several nascent soul cultivators to bring this with them. Here were the remains of the ancestors of the war god shrine and the stone walls of the divine path. At that moment, one of the many crystal rippling doors in the cave mansion suddenly shone with light. Then, a withered arm came out from the depths of the door. Slowly, a corpse that was almost completely withered walked out from within. After he walked out, he pressed down on the ground with his right hand. Suddenly, strands of green aura came from all directions of the immortal's cave and entered his body. Soon, his body began to wriggle in a strange manner. Muscles and skin slowly grew out of his body. Not long after, a young man that gave off a gloomy aura appeared. This person was very handsome, but he was filled with an evil aura. His eyes revealed a sense of vicissitude. After a long time, they gradually became clear. He pondered a bit and muttered to himself, "After 3,000 years of healing, I've finally recovered 30% of my cultivation." He clenched his right fist, frowned, and muttered to himself, "I'm almost at the soul transformation stage. Although it's not enough, with the star compass, I should be able to break through this planet's defense. If I can return to my home planet, I should be able to heal even faster." He took a deep breath and patted his waist with his right hand. However, his eyes immediately revealed a strange expression. He looked down and found that his waist was empty. He was startled and his expression immediately became gloomy. Without saying a word, this person waved his right hand in front of him. Immediately, a crystalline screen of light appeared in front of him. It shook for a long time before it stopped at a certain scene. The crystal screen clearly showed the scene of Wang Lin entering the cave and taking away his bag of holding. The young man stared at Wang Lin on the crystal screen and formed a seal with his right hand. Shortly after, the young man closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. As his divine sense spread out, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of his bag of holding. The young man opened his eyes and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the outer sea of devils and shouted, "Heavenly ghost soul searching technique." Immediately, countless rays of green light came out of his body. These rays of green light moved and took on human forms. Soon, they looked exactly like this person, and they scattered in all directions. The young man's body flashed and disappeared. As for Wang Lin, he was currently standing on the back of the mosquito beast and flying forward. In his hand was a piece of jade. This piece of jade belonged to Zhou. With the jade, Wang Lin couldn't wait to return. He wished he could go 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times faster so he could return to Zhao in an instant. However, reality was cruel. After obtaining the jade, Wang Lin found the location of Zhao. However, it was very far away from his current location. Wang Lin calculated that if he were to fly, it would take him several years to get back to Zhao. This was obviously not what Wang Lin wanted. As a result, he had to use the ancient transfer arrays. Luckily, the jade had a very detailed description of the ancient transfer arrays in the Sea of Devils. Under Wang Lin's careful search, he was able to find a way back to Zhao. This way, he would need to pass through a total of 3 ancient transfer arrays. One was in the Sea of Devils and the other 2 were on the continent that Zhao belonged to. The direction Wang Lin was heading toward was the ancient transfer array. According to the jade, the transfer array wasn't very complete, but it could still be used. However, Wang Lin didn't know how long the jade had been around or if the transfer array was still there or if it could still be used. With these questions in mind, Wang Lin urged the mosquito beast to quickly move forward. This ancient transfer array was located at the edge of the inner sea. There were a lot of demonic beasts here. Along the way, Wang Lin had already encountered several high-quality spirit beasts and even one desolate beast. Luckily, his divine sense was powerful, so he was able to find them ahead of time and avoid them. 1 month later, after Wang Lin traveled day and night, he finally arrived at the transfer array. This was a plain with countless underwater plants growing on it. After being nourished by the black rain, these plants had evolved into demonic beasts and were very aggressive. They stretched out their red leaves and slowly swayed in the wind. At first glance, this place was very beautiful. However, when Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense, he found that there were white bones under the plant. These bones belonged to cultivators and demonic beasts. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His divine sense spread out and found the ancient transfer array. He jumped off the mosquito beast and arrived at the transfer array in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin slightly frowned. There were too many red plants here. Not only were they covering the ancient transfer array, but there were also many branches growing on the transfer array. This meant that the transfer array must have been damaged. His eyes flashed. He flipped his right hand, and the black flying sword suddenly flew out. Like a black bolt of lightning, it cut through the plants on the ground. Every time it cut a plant, it would spit out a red liquid that looked like blood. Gradually, the liquid increased until it covered the ground. There will be one more chapter. I'm short on votes. I'm down 26 votes. I just need 26 votes to be equal. To be continued. Chapter 233. A dangerous aura came from the ground. Suddenly, new plants began to grow out of the blood. This time, they were even taller, and their leaves were even brighter. Wang Lin's heart sank. He waved his right hand and the flying sword returned to him. However, the moment it returned, it was dim as if its spirituality had decreased. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and a strange wind appeared. The wind circled around the flying sword a few times and blew away the blood on it. Only then did the sword return to its original state. After looking at it, Wang Lin put away the flying sword and stared at the endless plants below him. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. With a wave of his hand, the restriction flag immediately grew bigger and covered the ground. The 99 restriction flags were like 99 black dragons. They roared and crazily surrounded the teleportation formation. Every time they rotated, a large amount of plants would be destroyed and a large amount of red liquid would spray out. Wang Lin's hand quickly formed a few seals and he shouted, "Go! Open!" All of a sudden, the red liquid on the ground seemed to have been split apart by a large hand, spreading to both sides, finally revealing the broken teleportation formation underneath. Wang Lin no longer hesitated. He landed on the ground, took out a piece of jade, and recorded the formation inside. Then he flew into the air and waved his hand to call back the restriction flag. After the restriction flag returned to Wang Lin's hand, the red liquid on the ground once again covered the teleportation formation. Even taller plants suddenly appeared. They were now a few 100 feet tall. Compared to before, they were 3 times taller. Wang Lin's body floated in the air as he carefully looked at the jade slip. After a long time, he revealed a pondering expression and left without saying anything. In the 1 month since he arrived at the transfer array, Wang Lin had already studied the ancient transfer array blueprint that he got from the secret market for 5 mid-quality beast cores. Although the theory behind the teleportation formation was complicated, Wang Lin had studied it before. Right now, he didn't want to understand it, he just wanted to figure out how to repair it. As a result, he was able to figure out a way to repair it. However, with what he knew, Wang Lin wasn't sure if he would be able to repair it. However, if he wanted to find a master in ancient teleportation formations in the Sea of Devils, it would be too difficult. Unless 6th Desired Devil Lord came back to life, Wang Lin didn't know who else would specialize in ancient teleportation formations. According to the map, Wang Lin went in a big circle. After 7 days, he finally found another ancient teleportation formation. This formation was in a canyon. Although there were many beasts around it, the mosquito beasts quickly cleared it out. What surprised Wang Lin was that this formation was surprisingly well preserved. He studied the formation for a while and stared at one location. This location was clearly different from the others. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin was shocked. He could tell that this ancient teleportation formation had been repaired by someone. This location was clearly added later. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He couldn't guess who repaired this formation. Could it be that their goal was the same as his, and they wanted to teleport away? A moment later, Wang Lin removed some parts from the formation. After hesitating for a bit, he destroyed the formation before leaving on his mosquito beast. Just like this, half a month later, Wang Lin had destroyed 3 teleportation formations. However, his mood was as heavy as a rock. Out of the 3 teleportation formations, 2 of them were completely intact. Also, when he looked closely, he could tell that they had been repaired recently. If it was just one formation that was repaired, it would be understandable. However, several of them had been repaired. This was not good. Wang Lin had a feeling that something big was going to happen in the Sea of Devils. Presumably, the teleportation formation he needed was hidden deep inside the plants, so no one had found it. Or perhaps the location of the teleportation formation was wrong. Either way, it wasn't repaired. After Wang Lin took away the parts, he immediately destroyed them. Only then would the pressure in his heart lessen a bit. After collecting all the materials needed to repair the last teleportation formation, Wang Lin was about to leave when his body suddenly disappeared. At the moment he disappeared, a flying sword silently stabbed where he was. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. When he reappeared, he was already in the air. He stared at a black-robed man in the distance. His divine sense was spread out the entire time, but it wasn't until the person was within 1,000 feet of him that he noticed. This kind of thing had never happened before. It has to be said that Wang Lin's divine sense was comparable to that of a soul formation cultivator, but even so, he could only sense it within 1,000 feet of him. If it was a normal nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't be able to sense it until the flying sword hit them. If this cultivator was at the soul formation stage, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Wang Lin could tell that this person was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul. This person must have some kind of powerful concealment technique to be able to hide from Wang Lin's divine sense. A hint of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. If someone who was good at hiding their presence was allowed to escape, Wang Lin would feel like he was being watched by needles. Without any hesitation, he activated his G-realm even though he had to use his nascent soul energy. This black-robed man was middle-aged. His lips were thin and full of harshness. When he saw that Wang Lin had dodged his sneak attack, he slapped his bag of holding and a stone seal flew out. With a roar, the stone seal began to spin and grew larger. Finally, it became the size of a small mountain and fiercely pressed down on Wang Lin. However, the moment he took out the stone seal, his expression suddenly changed. He stared at the red lightning in Wang Lin's eyes, and without a word, he turned around and fled. He didn't even care about his stone seal magic treasure. Without the supply of spiritual energy, the moment it appeared, it immediately shrank to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. Wang Lin frowned and suddenly released his G-realm divine sense. The red lightning almost instantly caught up to the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with fear. He clenched his teeth, and the moment the G-realm divine sense entered his body, he suddenly exploded. Suddenly, the explosion set off a violent shockwave that spread out in all directions. At the center of the explosion, a spatial crack appeared in the sky. An extremely weak nascent soul that only had half a body left rushed into the crack and disappeared. At the same time, the red lightning formed by the G-realm divine sense followed closely behind and entered the crack. After a few breaths, the red lightning reappeared from the void and returned to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Although this person was killed by the G-realm divine sense in the spatial crack, from the looks of it, this person clearly recognized the G-realm and knew its power. That was why he didn't hesitate to explode and open a spatial crack to escape. Wang Lin was silent for a while, then he quickly left. When the cultivator exploded, his bag of holding and other items were all destroyed. There was not a single trace of him left. A few days later, he returned to the area filled with red plants and began to repair the teleportation array. During the repair, the restriction flag was always open. This was the only way to prevent the surrounding plants from growing. 3 days later, under Wang Lin's meticulous repair, the teleportation array was finally completed. In these 3 days, in order to repair the teleportation array, Wang Lin had put in a lot of effort. After the repair was completed, he took a deep breath and sat down to recover his spiritual energy. Then, he took out a top-quality spirit stone and carefully placed it in the center of the teleportation array. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction from the teleportation array. Wang Lin couldn't help but be startled. He picked up the top-quality spirit stone and replaced it with another one, but the result was the same. Wang Lin's heart sank. After pondering for a while, he placed his right hand on the center of the teleportation array and clenched his teeth. His spiritual energy left his body and flowed into the array. As his spiritual energy flowed into the array, the teleportation array began to show signs of opening. However, using all the spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator to open the ancient teleportation array was not enough. Not long after, Wang Lin felt the spiritual energy in his body become empty. He immediately took out a jade bottle from his bag of holding and poured spiritual energy into his mouth. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his spiritual energy. He raised his right hand and sat down to meditate. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Wang Lin stood up and walked to the northeast corner of the teleportation array. Before, when Wang Lin poured his spiritual energy into the array, it wasn't to activate it, but to test if it could be used. When his spiritual energy flowed to the northeast corner, he could clearly feel his spiritual energy dissipating. Because of this, he immediately understood that the problem was here. After picking up the piece of material, Wang Lin didn't stop. He put away the restriction flag and jumped up. The nearby teleportation array had almost all been dismantled by him. He needed to go further to find an ancient teleportation array to find a replacement. Wang Lin moved at full speed. His destination was an ancient transfer array that was about 8 days away. On the 4th day, Wang Lin saw the ancient transfer array that he had taken apart a few days ago. He didn't stop and was about to leave when he saw the ancient transfer array in front of him. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up. Wang Lin's body couldn't help but pause. His eyes flashed as he stared at the ancient teleportation array. However, because the array was too damaged, the light slowly dissipated. After the light disappeared, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. It was clear that the reason the teleportation array lit up was because someone had activated it somewhere far away from here. However, because the teleportation array was too damaged, no one was able to come here. The bad feeling in Wang Lin's heart became even stronger. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this matter. In fact, he already had some speculations in his heart. However, this wasn't something he could stop, nor did he have the ability to do so. Right now, Wang Lin's only thought was to find the teleportation array as soon as possible, take out the parts, and repair it. He used his fastest speed to leave. On the 8th day, he arrived at the teleportation array marked on the jade. With just one look, Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. This teleportation array was also in perfect condition. He didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to step forward and remove the parts, the spell formation suddenly lit up. Huge rings of light appeared from within the spell formation, piercing into the sky. At the same time, illusory figures slowly appeared within the rings of light. A desolate, murderous aura instantly appeared from these illusory figures, and their bodies rapidly solidified. The moment the teleportation array lit up, Wang Lin rushed up and grabbed the northeast part of the teleportation array. The spiritual energy in his body surged like crazy, and he began to pull it out. At the moment he pulled out the material, an angry roar came from one of the figures that gradually became solid. Stop! Not only did Wang Lin not stop, he moved even faster. With a bang, he pulled out the material from the teleportation array. Then he raised his head and coldly stared at the fading light rings and figures. He sneered in his heart. If he had really stopped, then the first thing they would have done was kill him. It was impossible for a force that dared to invade the Sea of Devils without soul formation cultivators. At this moment, most of the ancient teleportation arrays in the Sea of Devils lit up. Not all of the teleportation arrays were guarded by people in black. Only the more important ones were guarded by people in black. Now that they were all activated, groups of cultivators appeared from the teleportation arrays. The moment these people appeared, they gave off a powerful killing intent. As for the ancient teleportation array that Wang Lin was in, there was originally a person in black guarding it. However, that person had already been killed by Wang Lin. At this moment, the Sea of Devils was in chaos. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally erupted. The 4 rank 4 cultivation countries worked together. Tens of thousands of cultivators came from the teleportation arrays of the 4 countries to the Sea of Devils. A huge war was about to begin. A bloodbath began in the 999 cities of the Sea of Devils. When Wang Lin saw the ancient teleportation arrays being repaired and the black-clothed people appearing, he had already guessed most of it. When he saw the figures inside the teleportation array, he was even more certain of his guess. He had to leave the Sea of Devils as soon as possible. As Wang Lin flew, he touched the bag of holding with the last repair material and took a deep breath. A few days later, Wang Lin returned to the teleportation array. After placing the material on the teleportation array, he looked around, took out the top-quality spirit stone, and placed it into the slot. Rings of light rose into the sky. At the moment the teleportation array was activated, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and imprinted it on the restriction flag. Suddenly, 99 restrictions appeared and roared at the surroundings. They destroyed all the plants in the area and a thick layer of red liquid accumulated on the ground. At this moment, the teleportation array was completely activated. Wang Lin's body gradually became blurry. Just as he was about to disappear, he waved his hand and the restriction flag disappeared. After he disappeared, the red liquid immediately covered the teleportation array. Shortly after, countless giant plants hundreds of feet tall grew from the teleportation array. There were so many of them that cracks began to appear on the teleportation array. Finally, with a bang, the teleportation array completely shattered. More plants grew from the cracks. At this moment, even with a map, it was difficult to see that there was a teleportation array here before. Continue to beg for votes to help me catch up to that graduate student. Chapter 234. 2 days later, a young man emitting a demonic aura arrived with a gloomy expression. He stared at the swaying plants under his feet with a cold gaze. This person was the cultivator that came from Hofun. If anyone knew that this person only used a few months to travel from Hofun to the inner Sea of Devils, they would be terrified. It has to be said that the distance from Hofun to here was simply too far. Even the 8th extreme demon lord, Duanmu, had to use an ancient teleportation formation instead of flying. He had once said that if he were to fly, it would take at least a few hundred years for him to reach this place. As a result, this young man's speed was unimaginable. In truth, the reason this person was able to arrive in such a short period of time had nothing to do with his soul transformation cultivation. It was mainly because of his family's special technique, the heavenly ghost body search. Using a large number of clones to sweep out horizontally, and then stacked on top of each other, the distance that the clones could travel was instantly reduced to the original body's feet. In this way, it was equivalent to increasing his speed by countless times. That was how he managed to arrive here in just 2 months. This person's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the plants under his feet. His body slowly sank into the ground. These thick plants were like dead objects. Even after he landed, they remained motionless. He looked at the broken transfer array. This transfer array was extremely damaged and could not be repaired at all. It was now a waste array. The young man let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "On this cultivation planet, there shouldn't be many people who can open my bag of holding. However, my current cultivation is not stable. If I don't return to my home planet, I'm afraid my cultivation will continue to drop." He frowned and disappeared. The Confucius continent was one of the 6 continents of Suzaku. There were many cultivation countries on the Confucius continent, but most of them were rank 1, 2, and 3. There were very few rank 4 cultivation countries. After all, the resources on this continent were too poor. On the border between the Confucius continent and the Sea of Devils, there was a small city. This city wasn't big, and the highest level of cultivators there was only at the core formation stage. There was an ancient transfer array inside the city. At this moment, the transfer array suddenly lit up and Wang Lin's figure walked out from the transfer array. After he appeared, he spread out his divine sense and quickly observed the city. The moment his divine sense spread out, all of the cultivators in the city were terrified. However, this feeling disappeared as quickly as it came. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and disappeared. He quickly moved according to the map in the jade. After flying thousands of kilometers away from the city, he slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast's giant body appeared before him. Wang Lin jumped onto the back of the mosquito beast and sent out a message with his divine sense. The mosquito beast let out a roar and quickly left with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. Not long after, Wang Lin used his divine sense to find several locations where a large amount of cultivators were gathered. It was clear that these locations were where the various sects were located. Wang Lin didn't stop and quickly flew away. It took him 10 days to cross several rank 2 and 3 cultivation countries before he finally arrived at his destination, the second transfer array. Through this transfer array, he could quickly close the distance between him and Zhao. However, when he was thousands of kilometers away from the transfer array, Wang Lin frowned. The location of the transfer array was clearly marked on a barren mountain, but when Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense, he found that many buildings had been built there. Waves of spiritual energy were coming from the buildings. It was clear that this had become a cultivation paradise. Earlier, when he had scanned the area with his divine sense, he had seen a group of youths outside the main hall. Their faces were filled with determination, and in front of them were a few Qi condensation disciples. From the looks of it, they were in the middle of a ceremony to accept new disciples. At the same time, on the mountain path of the mountain peak, there were some youths who were struggling to climb it. Looking at this familiar scene, Wang Lin felt a bit regretful. He didn't know what the Hengyu sect was like now. Although he didn't have much affection for the Hengyu sect, it was still the place that led him into the cultivation world. With a complicated feeling in his heart, Wang Lin rode the mosquito beast and slowly flew toward the sect. When he was 50 kilometers away from the sect, a light screen suddenly appeared. It gave off a gentle light and prevented Wang Lin from entering. Without waiting for Wang Lin to act, the mosquito beast under his feet let out a hiss and stabbed its mouth into the light screen. Then it inhaled deeply, causing the light screen to violently tremble. Finally, it let out a popping sound and disappeared. As a result, the expressions of the few core formation cultivators who were in closed-door cultivation greatly changed. They walked out of their closed-door cultivation and stared at Wang Lin and the mosquito beast under his feet. They quickly ordered all the disciples to stop accepting disciples and respectfully waited outside the main hall for Wang Lin to arrive. At the moment Wang Lin arrived, the 3 core formation cultivators of the sect flew into the air and respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior of Shang Country." The 3 of them were terrified. In their eyes, although Wang Lin wasn't releasing any spirit force, he was filled with an indescribable pressure that caused their hearts to tremble. In particular, the ferocious demon beast under his feet caused the 3 of them to be even more fearful. They were afraid that if they offended him, they would be in great trouble. Of the 3 core formation cultivators, 2 were male and 1 was female. One of the male cultivators already had a head of white hair, while the other 2 appeared to be quite young. The female cultivator in particular had a dainty appearance and a graceful figure. However, one couldn't judge a cultivator's age by appearance. Even though Wang Lin looked like a youth, he was actually an old monster that was over 400 years old. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he swept his gaze past the 3 and slowly asked, "What sect is this?" The old man among the 3 quickly respectfully said, "Senior, our sect is called Ziyun. If Senior has any orders, we will do our best." Wang Lin looked at him and calmly said, "Many years ago, there was an ancient transportation formation here. Is it still there?" The old man was startled. After pondering for a bit, he shook his head and said, "Senior, there is no ancient transportation formation here." Just as he finished speaking, his body felt a chill. Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed. His gaze became cold and he slowly said, "Are you sure?" Cold sweat appeared on the old man's forehead. After thinking for a bit, he was about to speak when the graceful female cultivator beside him spoke first. She respectfully said, "Senior, was the ancient transportation formation originally at the top of the mountain?" Wang Lin's gaze landed on the woman. Although this woman's appearance wasn't as good as Li Muwen's, she was still quite beautiful. Her face was as white as jade and her eyes were filled with intelligence. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, the woman blushed and softly said, "Senior, if the ancient transportation formation was at the top of the mountain, then Junior knows where it is. Lead the way." Wang Lin's body moved and he flew toward the top of the mountain. The woman hurriedly followed after him. The other 2 core formation cultivators hesitated for a moment before following after them. With the woman leading the way, they soon arrived at a certain place at the top of the mountain. There was a very elegant pavilion here. There were strings of bells hanging in the four corners of the pavilion. When the mountain wind blew, they let out a crisp sound that was very pleasant to listen to. After the female cultivator landed, her face turned red and she said, "Senior, this is Junior's room. This mountain range didn't belong to the Ziyun sect many years ago, so Senior apprentice brother didn't know about the existence of the transportation formation. Junior accidentally found a secret passage in the room. After investigating it, I found that there was a formation under the pavilion." Wang Lin nodded. When he was outside the sect, he had checked this place with his divine sense but didn't find anything. Now that he was up close, he spread out his divine sense and found a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy under the pavilion. It was obvious that someone was using a spell to hide this place. Wang Lin was very surprised. It has to be said that the jade showed that he was only in a rank 2 cultivation country, but he didn't think that there would be a spell that could almost hide from his divine sense. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, Wang Lin entered the pavilion. A fragrance immediately entered his nose. The pavilion was very elegant and gave off the feeling of a woman's room. Wang Lin's gaze swept the area. His gaze paused for a moment on the screen, but he quickly moved his gaze away. His expression was calm. The female cultivator's face turned red, and she quickly took a few steps forward. The moment the two senior apprentice brothers entered the room, she put away the translucent silk underwear that was hanging on the screen. She lowered her head and her face was completely red. She didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pretended not to know. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, he went down the secret passage. Although his expression was normal, his heart was still very cautious. If there was anything wrong, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Under the pavilion, Wang Lin saw the ancient transportation formation. This formation was still intact and could be used. Wang Lin took out 2 low-quality spirit beast cores from his bag of holding and threw them at the female cultivator who brought him here. He said, "Use these to refine pills. After consuming them, they will help your cultivation level." The woman stared at the inner core and her heart trembled. A look of ecstasy appeared on her face. The spiritual energy within the inner core was something she had rarely seen in her life. If she were to refine a treasure like this into a pill, she would definitely be able to reach the late stage of core formation. After carefully accepting it, she carefully placed it in her bag of holding. The other 2 core formation cultivators beside her couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Wang Lin looked at the 2 of them and walked into the formation. He waved his hand and a black fog appeared around him. After blocking their vision, he took out a top-quality spirit stone and placed it in the slot to activate the formation. As the rings of light surged, Wang Lin disappeared into the formation. The female cultivator looked at the empty transportation formation and revealed a hint of melancholy. At the same time, she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red again. The state of Zhao was located at the very end of the Confucius continent. The state of Zhao wasn't very big. It was even smaller than the state of Hofun. It was only half the size of the state of Hofun. Although there were spirit veins in the state of Zhao, the production was very small. It could barely support the needs of the state of Zhao, but it couldn't afford to consume large amounts of spirit veins. Because of the scarcity of spirit veins, there were almost no spirit herbs in the state of Zhao. Overall, Zhao was a very small border country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a tiny place. Right now, the number 1 sect in the state of Zhao was the Xian Dao sect. The founder of the sect, Pan Nanzi, had reached the late stage of nascent soul 400 years ago. After 400 years of closed-door training, his cultivation level had increased even further. Although he hadn't reached the spirit-severing stage, he didn't care about late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Aside from the Xian Dao sect, the Floating Mist sect was not as strong as it was 400 years ago. It was slowly becoming a second-rate sect. At the same time, the Terminator sect and the Yuan Kuei sect were the same. Although they had developed because of Punnan-Zi, they had become second-rate sections. As for the demonic sects, the Tian Dao sect, He Huan sect, and Wu Feng Valley had risen. Although they couldn't compete with Punnan-Zi, they were still a bit stronger than the Floating Mist sect. However, because of Punnan-Zi's strong hand, there were very few conflicts between the demonic and orthodox sections. Even if there were some battles, they were small-scale and there were no large-scale battles. It could be said that the entire state of Zhao was basically under Punnan-Zi's control. Everything was progressing toward becoming a rank 4 cultivation country. Once Punnan-Zi reaches the spirit-severing stage, everything will fall into place. Aside from these sects, in the past 400 years, Zhao also produced a lot of geniuses. For example, the genius of the Xian Dao sect, Wang Zhuo. He only used 200 years to reach the core formation stage, and then another 200 years to reach the late stage of core formation. This kind of speed was very rare in Zhao. Other than this, all of the other sects had geniuses that appeared out of nowhere. Of course, these geniuses couldn't compare to the Ting family. In the past 400 years, aside from Punnan-Zi, the Ting family was the only other genius. The ancestor of the Ting family, Ting Huiyuan, was already at the early stage of nascent soul 400 years ago. After 400 years of cultivation, with the help of Punnan-Zi, he reached the late stage of nascent soul and became one of the few top cultivators in Zhao. In Zhao, as long as you reach the late stage of nascent soul, you will have a very high status and power. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to listen to Punnan-Zi's orders. Punnan-Zi set a rule that everyone in Zhao had to follow. No matter how many resources they had to create a spirit-severing cultivator from the late stage of nascent soul in order to raise Zhao's status. The increase in Ting Huiyuan's cultivation caused the Ting family's status in Zhao to rise. They became even more prosperous and had many children. They had become the number 1 cultivation family in Zhao. Almost all of the sects had disciples in the family. Some of them even had very high status in their own sections. At the same time, Ting Huiyuan married many geniuses to strengthen the Ting family's position. Wang Zhuo was one of the Ting family's son-in-laws. It could be said that the Ting family was closely connected to Zhao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that pulling one hair could affect the whole body. In the past 400 years, it wasn't that no one had any thoughts about the Ting family, but in the end, Ting Huiyuan didn't even need to do anything. Those with ill intentions would just disappear from Zhao. Punnan-Zi didn't care about Ting Huiyuan's actions. He was focused on breaking through to the spirit-severing stage, so he didn't care about anything else. The old Ting family city had been expanded 6 times in the past 400 years. It had become a huge city and was the proof of the Ting family's power in Zhao. There was a secret room 100 feet below the Ting family city. The spiritual energy inside the room was very dense, more than 10 times more than the outside world. The reason was because there was a spirit vein below the secret room. Although the spirit vein wasn't big, it was more than enough for cultivation. The Ting family ancestor discovered the existence of this spirit vein, so he took advantage of the expansion of the city to secretly dig out a secret room for cultivation. Even Punnan-Zi didn't know about this. It was a secret that very few people in the Ting family knew about. Only when a Ting family member wanted to make a breakthrough would they be allowed to come here to cultivate for a few days. On this day, in the underground secret room of the Ting family city, an old man with a head full of white hair suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a gloomy gaze. This person slightly frowned. When he was in closed-door cultivation, he suddenly felt like blood was shining on his body. This feeling was very strong and almost caused the spiritual energy in his body to become chaotic. The old man was silent for a while. Then, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and quickly cast out a spirit art. A white light floated in front of him. This person quickly spat out a few complicated incantations. Slowly, the white light in front of him flickered with a dazzling light. The old man's eyebrows gradually tightened, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. But just at this moment, the white light before him suddenly trembled and disappeared without a trace. The old man's expression became gloomy and he muttered to himself, "Strange, even the spirit prediction technique that Pun Nan Zi taught me can't find the cause of the bloodlight." After pondering for a bit, his eyes became cold and he thought, with the old man's current cultivation level and status in Zhao, even if there is a bloodlight, the old man can easily deal with it. This person was the Ting family ancestor that Wang Lin wanted to kill, the symbol of the Ting family, Yi Ting Huiyuan. The passage of time had brought him a hint of age. Although his cultivation level had increased, the current him was clearly different from the person that caused Wang Lin to self-destruct. His aura seemed to have risen to a whole new level. This feeling was as if he had leapt from a fierce brawler to a scheming and astute person. There was a clear contrast between the two. He took a deep breath and disappeared from the secret room. When he reappeared, he was inside the Ting family's ancestral home. The Ting family's ancestral home was a 3-story building with dragon carvings on it. It looked very majestic and gave off waves of spiritual energy. When Ting Huiyuan appeared, he was on the 3rd floor. There were many memorial tablets with the names of the Ting family descendants engraved on them. These were the direct descendants of the Ting family that had died over the countless years. Ting Huiyuan's gaze swept past the memorial tablet. His gaze landed on one of the memorial tablets at the top. On it was clearly written, Ting Li. In the past 400 years, whenever he felt restless or upset, he would come here and look at this memorial tablet. This had almost become a habit of his. After a long time, Ting Huiyuan waved his right hand and the tablet landed in his hand. He gently wiped the tablet and muttered to himself, "Lier, you left too fast. With your talent, you could have reached the nascent soul stage by now." He let out a sigh, put the tablet back, and left. At this moment, outside of Ting Family City, 2 rays of sword energy flew over like rainbows. The sword energy landed 100 feet away from Ting Family City, revealing a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged and looked a bit old, but he was very handsome. It was obvious that when he was young, he was a very handsome person. He was wearing a white robe and gave off a sense of elegance. The woman beside him wasn't a stunning beauty, but she gave off a noble aura. She was also wearing a white robe, but her eyebrows were furrowed as if she was thinking about something. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Ting Family City with a complicated expression. The woman let out a sigh and softly said, "Wang Zhua, it has already been so long. Are you still not able to let go? If I can let go of the enmity of killing my father, my mother, and my entire clan so easily, then I am not fit to be called a human." The middle-aged man chuckled and calmly said. The woman pondered a bit and softly said, "I only came back to see my little sister. We will leave in 3 days. Wang Zhua, during these 3 days, don't be impulsive, okay? Don't worry. Before I have the strength to kill that old bastard, I won't make a move." The middle-aged man's tone was calm. After he finished speaking, he walked forward. The woman let out a sigh and quickly followed him toward the gate of Ting Family City with Wang Zhua. The woman walked and softly said, "Wang Zhua, you shouldn't hate the ancestor for what happened back then. You should hate that Wang Lin. Although he is dead, he is the one who caused all of this." The middle-aged man stopped, turned around, stared at the woman, and said, word for word, "Ting Xiu Xiu, I warned you before not to mention the name Wang Lin in front of me. Today I will give you one last chance. If there is a next time, don't blame Wang for being merciless." The woman pondered and didn't say anything else. She walked into Ting Family City with Wang Zhua. At this moment, in a nameless valley on the border of the country of Zhao, rings of light suddenly appeared. Soon, the rings of light dimmed and completely disappeared. A young man with white hair walked out of the valley. There was a purple star between his eyebrows. He stared at the ground in front of him and slowly knelt down toward the east. He fiercely kowtowed a few times and raised his head. His eyes were filled with a killing intent that hadn't been seen in 400 years. He muttered, "Dad, Mom, Taiju is back. This time, I will make the country of Zhao bleed. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me." A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Raindrops the size of beans fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating a layer of mist. "Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your monthly vote. It was you who allowed Gen to kill his way into the top 6 as a rookie. Perhaps it was because of Gen's sudden murder that caused a chain reaction." These gods all started to send out their own personal acceptance speech, calling for monthly vote. "Brothers and sisters, your votes have helped me get to this position. At this moment, if they fall, Earroot will have no face to face all the brothers and sisters who have cast their monthly vote. Here, Earroot begs the readers who still have monthly votes, don't keep them, please vote for me." Chapter 235. The Hengyu Mountain Range. The Xian Dao sect was shrouded in rain. Bursts of lightning descended from the sky, setting off waves of rumbling thunder. The leaves of the dense forest at the foot of the mountain crackled as the rain fell on them. In this rainy night, a young man with a head full of white hair slowly walked through the forest. His feet stepped on the leaves that were covered in water, creating a series of rustling sounds. From afar, this person looked at the Xian Dao sect's main hall at the top of the Hengyu mountain range. His eyes were calm. After a long time, he turned around and left. This time, his destination was a small mountain village a few 100 kilometers away. In the middle of the night in the mountain village, apart from the sound of thunder and lightning, there was only the sound of rain hitting the ground. Of course, there were also occasional whimpers from the dogs raised by the villagers, as if they were trying to resist the power of the sky. However, what they got in return was an even more powerful rumble of thunder. The entire mountain village was shrouded in darkness. The white-haired young man slowly walked on the small path in the mountain village. As he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar village, his gaze was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it was filled with a deep sense of melancholy. This melancholy could melt ice, because it contained an indelible familial love. 400 years passed in the blink of an eye. For cultivators, it might not be a long time, but for mortals, it was like the blue sea turning into mulberry fields. Many of the cottages in this mountain village had been renovated by generations of people, and there were many changes. This white-haired young man was Wang Lin. He looked at the surrounding houses and his eyes stopped at one place. Wang Lin remembered that there used to be an old locust tree there. When he was a child, he would often read books under this tree and play with his friends. In the blink of an eye, all of this disappeared. Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly walked forward. Not long after, he stopped and looked at a familiar house. His body couldn't help but tremble. From the entrance of the village to here, almost all the houses had changed, but only this place was exactly the same as when he left. Wang Lin bit his lower lip and pushed open the courtyard door. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened inwards. After he entered, it slowly closed again. In the courtyard, under a tarp, there was a wooden table. Around it, there were some small wooden stools. Wang Lin looked at everything in front of him silently. Tears flowed from his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lin arrived at the side of the house. He pushed open the door and walked in. Everything was the same as he remembered, as if nothing had changed. At this moment, Wang Lin had a feeling that everything that had happened 400 years ago was like a dream. But now, he had woken up from his dream. His parents' souls were not in the heaven-defying bead. They were not dead, they were in their room, sleeping in the rainy night. However, with his current divine sense, He did not even need to open it to know that there was no one in the ancestral room. In the main hall of the ancestral house, Wang Lin saw two memorial tablets, one above the other. The tablet at the top was engraved with Wang Tianshui Zhouingsu. The tablet at the bottom was engraved with eldest son Wang Lin. Under these two tablets there was an incense burner with unlit incense sticks on both sides. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow. He picked up the 3 incense sticks, lit them, and slowly knelt on the ground. He fiercely kowtowed a few times and muttered, "Unfilial son, Wang Lin. Today I will offer incense to you. Next time I come, I will use the heads of the entire Ting family to build a Ting family skull tower for my parent." A murderous aura immediately spread out from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the coldness in the main hall increased. It was several times colder than the rainy night outside. After standing up, he pondered for a bit and was about to leave. Suddenly, his expression changed and he disappeared. After a while, a horse carriage could be seen galloping over from a small road in the mountain village. In front of the carriage sat an old man wearing a straw raincoat. The veins on his temples were bulging and his eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that he was a martial arts expert in the mortal world. He lashed out with the whip in his hand. With a paw sound, the whip landed on the horse. The horse let out a neigh and moved even faster. The ground was uneven, causing the carriage to shake non-stop. However, the old man seemed to be glued to the carriage and didn't move at all. He would only occasionally shout, "Go!" Soon, the carriage closed in. The old man let out a roar and grabbed the reins. The horse let out a long neigh and raised its front hooves high into the air. It swayed to the side and finally stopped in front of the Wang family's ancestral home. The old man leaped off the carriage and respectfully opened the carriage door. A young girl immediately jumped out of the carriage. She was wearing an emerald green robe and her hair was tied up in a bun. She looked quite pretty. After the girl came down, her body trembled. It was clear that the cold of the rainy night had invaded her body. However, she didn't care and took out an umbrella. She opened it and said, "Miss, we've arrived." A beautiful figure came out from the carriage and slowly came down to stand under the umbrella. This girl's face was pale and had a sickly beauty to her. The moment she came down, her body trembled. The little girl quickly took out a purple coat from the carriage and put it on the girl with the help of the old man. At the same time, the little girl said with dissatisfaction, "Miss, it's raining so hard today. Why did you insist on coming here? Isn't it the same tomorrow? Miss, your body is weak. If you catch a cold, what will you do?" Even the old man driving the carriage had a look of love in his eyes, but there was also a hint of blame in his eyes. The young miss chuckled. As she walked forward, she whispered, "You don't understand. Before grandfather passed away, he said that every year on this day, no matter what happens to the Wang family, the direct descendants must come here to pay their respects. This is a tradition." The little girl was still dissatisfied and said, "Miss, this place is so far from the capital, so why do we have to come here every year? Could there be a story behind this? I heard from some of my sisters that this place used to be a branch of the Wang family." The young miss smiled and stopped the old man from opening the door. Instead, she personally opened the door and said, "This is your first time coming with me, so of course you don't know. If there is a chance in the future, I'll tell you." After entering the courtyard, the 3 of them did not linger. Instead, they directly pushed open the door to the house and walked in. Inside the room, the little girl put away the umbrella and shook off the raindrop. She held it in her hand and looked around curiously. As for the old man, he stood at the door and didn't say anything. The young miss took a deep breath and walked into the main hall. Just as the little girl was about to follow, she was stopped by the young miss and said, "You and Uncle Lee wait outside. I'll go in myself." The little girl immediately pouted, but she obediently nodded. Xiao Wan sweetly smiled and coughed a few times before slowly walking into the main hall. After entering the main hall, The young miss looked at the 2 memorial tablets on the shelf. She took out a cushion from the side and knelt down on it. After lightly kowtowing a few times, she picked up an incense stick and was about to light it when her hand suddenly trembled. She stared at the 3 incense sticks that were about to burn out and was about to cry out in alarm. Suddenly, a cold aura filled the entire main hall. Cold sweat appeared on the young miss' forehead and she didn't dare to move. She had a feeling that if she moved, she would die on the spot. She saw a white-haired youth slowly walk out from the shadows of the main hall. Wang Lin glanced at the young miss and said, "Whose descendant are you?" The young miss revealed a look of fear. Her body trembled from the cold aura, and even her voice trembled. She said, "You. Who are you? Why are you in the Wang family's ancestral home?" Wang Lin looked at the young miss and waved his right hand. The cold aura around them disappeared and was replaced with a bit of warmth. The young miss felt her body warm up and no longer trembled. Instead, she revealed a look of shock as she stared at Wang Lin. However, her right hand secretly touched her waist. Suddenly, a powerful palm wind came from outside. At the same time, the old man driving the carriage leaped into the main hall. However, almost as soon as he entered, his body trembled, and his body involuntarily fell to the ground, unconscious. The young miss' expression changed. Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man on the ground and calmly said, "I'll ask you again, whose descendant are you?" In reality, the moment he saw this ancestral home, he was already suspicious. After 400 years, if no one took care of this ancestral home, it would have been impossible for it to be maintained until now. Also, according to his observations, this house was not the same as the one from back then. It was clear that it was rebuilt by someone. The young miss revealed a look of determination as she gritted her teeth and said, "My father is Wang Yunfei. Since you followed me here, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Wang Lin frowned and asked, "What is the relationship between you and the person with the memorial tablet in this house?" "My ancestor's brother's entire family." The young miss was very suspicious. If this person was an assassin sent by her father's enemy, why would he ask such a strange question? Wang Lin's heart trembled. He looked at the young miss and his voice was no longer calm. Instead, he softly said, "What is your ancestor's name?" "Ancestor Wang Tiantu." The young miss hesitated for a moment and softly said. She felt that the person in front of her was very strange. When Wang Lin heard this name, his body immediately trembled and he muttered to himself, "Fourth uncle." In the entire Wang clan, the person that Wang Lin missed the most besides his parents was his fourth uncle. At this moment, hearing the news about his fourth uncle, Wang Lin's emotions couldn't help but become agitated. The scene of his fourth uncle in the past immediately replayed in his mind. After a long time, Wang Lin deeply sighed and looked at the young miss with an indescribable emotion. It was as if he was looking at his own descendant. He warmly said, "Your ancestor. How old was he when he passed away?" The strange expression in the young miss' eyes became even stronger. She softly said, "Ancestor passed away when he was 98 years old. When he was middle-aged, he caught the eye of an immortal from the floating mist sect. After he left the sect, he established his foundation in the capital and became one of the imperial family's consecrators. My Wang clan also developed in the capital from that time until today." A trace of gratification appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After a moment of silence, he warmly said, "Fourth, your ancestor's son, Wang Hu, also passed away?" The young miss revealed a shocked expression and said in a surprised voice, "You? How did you know?" The ancestor's son, Wang Hu, also passed away 3 years after the ancestor passed away. After 400 years, things remained the same, but the people had changed. After hearing the news about his fourth uncle, Wang Lin's heart was greatly moved. After a long time, he looked at the young miss and slowly said, "There is an extreme yin qi in your body. Was your mother injured by someone when she was pregnant with you? The young miss stared blankly at Wang Lin. Her heart was in turmoil. If one were to carefully investigate what he had just said, they would be able to find some clues. However, very few people knew the cause of the extreme injury in her body. They only knew that she was weak and sickly since she was a child. The young miss looked at Wang Lin and said with a trembling voice, "You? Who are you?" She had already loosened up on the idea that this person was an assassin sent by her father's enemy. If he was an assassin, how could he know so many things? Wang Lin waved his right hand and a cyan qi suddenly appeared on the young miss's forehead. This cyan qi became more and more dense and finally floated out from her Tianling acupoint. When Wang Lin waved his hand, the cyan qi immediately dissipated. The young miss suddenly felt her body heat up. The stubborn illness that had plagued her for 20 years had unexpectedly disappeared with a wave of his hand. This immediately made her think of a legendary person. You are an immortal? The young miss bit her lower lip. An immortal, I guess. Wang Lin chuckled. Seeing that his fourth uncle had a descendant and seemed to be developing quite well in the capital, Wang Lin's gloomy heart couldn't help but feel a trace of gratification. Wang Lin pondered a little, looked at the young miss, and slowly said, "Speaking of which, I should be your ancestor. Back then, I made a promise with my fourth uncle. If I succeed in cultivating, I will protect his descendants to repay him for giving me the gift of becoming an immortal." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a few bottles of pills. He said, "There are a total of 72 pills in here. Every direct descendant can only take one in their lifetime. Don't be greedy. As for you, you can take 3. After handing the bottle to the young miss, Wang Lin pondered a little more. He pointed at the young miss's forehead and took out a drop of blood. Then he slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade slip. With a thought, he left a trace of his G-realm imprint on it. Then he said with a cold gaze, "I left a trace of my divine sense in this jade slip. No cultivator in the country of Zhao will be able to survive the attack of this jade slip. However, this jade slip can only be used 3 times. Before you die, this jade slip will remain in your hand. Only the direct descendant of the Wang family can open it. Use it carefully and take care of yourself." After throwing the jade slip to the young miss, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and disappeared. The young miss stared blankly at the pill and jade slip in her hand. She felt like she was dreaming. At this moment, the old man on the ground slowly opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion and his eyes lit up. He stood up and asked, "Young miss, what just happened?" At this moment, the young miss with the umbrella rushed in from outside. After seeing that the young miss was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. Her face turned red and she said, "Young miss, Chui Er was too tired and fell asleep unknowingly." When the old man heard this, his expression became ugly. He clearly felt the young miss send out a signal, but the moment he entered the main hall, he fell asleep uncontrollably. "I'm fine. Don't think too much. Let's go back to the capital." The young miss took a deep breath and stood up. The sickly expression on her face disappeared and was replaced with a healthy red color. The old man was the first to notice the abnormality. He looked at the young miss in shock and said, "Young miss, you..." At this moment, the young miss also noticed the abnormality and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The young miss smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. She turned around and looked at the 2 tablets on the shelf. Her gaze lingered on Wang Lin's tablet for a while before she turned around and left. With her intelligence, she had a guess in her heart. However, this guess would require her to go back to the capital and check the family tree to be sure. She believed that this time, her father would take some time out of his busy schedule to carefully check the family tree with her. After leaving the mountain village, Wang Lin's gentle expression disappeared and became ferocious. His entire body emitted a powerful killing intent as he flew through the air. He had already made up his mind. If he directly killed Ting Huayuan, then all of his descendants would scatter. That would prevent Wang Lin from fulfilling his 400-year dream of exterminating his entire family. Most importantly, if he killed Ting Huayuan so cleanly, then Wang Lin wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. He wanted Ting Huayuan to watch his descendants die one by one. He wanted to make Ting Huayuan endure the pain of the world before taking their souls to get his revenge. He spread out his divine sense and covered the entire country of Zhao. He easily found Ting Family City where Ting Huayuan was. A shocking killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes as he charged out like lightning. When he was 10,000 kilometers away from Ting Family City, Wang Lin stopped. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a formation flag. He inserted it into the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the formation flag disappeared without a trace. Then, Wang Lin moved again and inserted 16 formation flags around Ting Family City. He coldly stared at Ting Family City and revealed a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. He softly said, "From today onwards, Ting Family City can only be entered and not exited. Ting Huayuan, my Wang Lin's revenge has only just begun." His eyes were cold. His hands formed a seal, and he immediately floated into the sky. In the air, he let out a low shout. His hands quickly pointed at his body several times. Then, a green aura rose from his zifu and instantly wrapped around his body. Then, behind him, a virtual image of an ancient fiend god slowly condensed. Wang Lin knelt down on one knee. He bit the tip of his right hand, flicked a drop of blood, and shouted, "Ting Li's soul, appear!" Suddenly, the image of the demon god opened its eyes and chewed on the drop of blood that Wang Lin had flicked out. Then, it spat out a weak, green light. The green light slowly descended and was caught by Wang Lin. At the same time, the image of the demon god gradually disappeared. This was a small technique that Wang Lin had obtained from ancient god Tu Si's memories. Anyone who was killed by him could use this technique to summon their soul back from the void. However, it only lasted for half an incense stick of time. The soul that returned would have no memories, only some instinctive reactions. From Jishin Tu Si's point of view, this technique was useless. It was only used to temporarily increase the power of magic treasures. However, the moment Wang Lin saw this technique, a series of thoughts of revenge appeared in his mind. Holding Ting Li's soul, Wang Lin took a deep breath and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire country of Zhao. Slowly, according to the reaction of Ting Li's soul, bright spots began to appear in Wang Lin's divine sense. Each of these bright spots represented a person with the blood of the Ting family. These people, whether they were direct family members or branch family members, even the children of the Ting family's women and other people's children, slowly appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense. It could be said that as long as one had a trace of the Ting family's blood, they would appear in Wang Lin's divine sense. Exterminating a family wasn't as simple as killing all the Ting family members. It was erasing the entire Ting family bloodline from the roots. Only this was worthy of being called exterminating a family. Gradually, more and more bright spots appeared. The smile on Wang Lin's face became more and more cruel. 400 years ago, the number of descendants of the Ting family had reached a certain number. With the help of Wang Lin's divine sense, he immediately memorized the soul fluctuations of these people. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Ting Li's soul that was burned by Wang Lin's incense stick slowly dissipated. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast appeared. Wang Lin stepped on the mosquito beast and his divine sense locked onto the nearest sect. His divine sense found that there were 7 people with the Ting family's soul fluctuations. Ting Xian was one of the 6th-generation descendants of the Ting family. He had reached the early stage of core formation. Aside from his surname being Ting, there was another reason. He was the disciple of a nascent soul ancestor of the Tian Dao sect. The Ting family had a total of 6 disciples in the Tian Dao sect. These 6 people all held high positions. Of course, the one with the highest position was still Ting Xian. After all, the other 5 people were only at the foundation establishment stage. Ting Xian was very satisfied with what he had right now. Whether it was his cultivation partner or his status, he was very satisfied. Although all of this was nothing to the core members of the Ting family, Ting Xian knew that he couldn't compare to them. Even among the countless members of the Ting family, how many could compare to the geniuses of the heavens? Ting Xian knew his own limits. He only hoped to reach the late stage of core formation in his lifetime. That would be enough. Today, his little sister, Ting Yu, came from the He Huan sect to reunite with him. Thinking about his little sister, Ting Xian's lower abdomen burned. There was a very secretive secret between him and his little sister. When the two of them were young, they already had an intimate relationship. This kind of relationship had been maintained to this day. Although Ting Xian knew that his little sister's surname was Yindang, and after she grew up, many people in the clan had tasted the sweetness of it, and there were even some uncles who had an ambiguous relationship with his little sister, he did not care. When he thought of the various secret techniques his little sister had learned in bed, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. With a burning heart, he quickly arrived at the pavilion in the back of the mountain. He opened the door and a seductive body fell into his embrace. Wang Lin quickly flew until he saw the sect at the top of the mountain. He saw the 3 words, Tian Dao Sect, on the top of the mountain. Wang Lin didn't stop at all and charged up. A light suddenly flashed and the defensive formation was activated. Wang Lin didn't even look at it. He slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He shook the flag and dozens of restrictions flew toward the light. Without any hesitation, the light suddenly shattered. At the same time, the entire mountain of the Tian Dao sect began to tremble. Countless pieces of rocks fell down and dust filled the air. In an instant, the nascent soul ancestors of the Tian Dao sect came out from their closed-door cultivation and looked at the sky with shock. The mosquito beast under Wang Lin's feet seemed to feel its master's killing intent. It let out a roar and charged down. The nascent soul cultivators secretly complained. Just as they were about to take out their magic treasures to fight, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and immediately suppressed the entire Tian Dao sect. I have a personal grudge with the Ting family. Those who block my way die. Wang Lin had already added a bit of his divine sense into this voice. The voice came from the sky, and the lower it went, the louder it became. Finally, it was like an earth-shattering roar. The nascent soul cultivators all coughed out blood and their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, Wang Lin jumped down from the mosquito beast and spread out his divine sense. He immediately stared at one of the Tian Dao sect disciples on the square. This person was very young and his face was filled with fear. Wang Lin let out a bloodthirsty smile. He waved his right hand and that person's body involuntarily floated into Wang Lin's hand. That person's hands were tightly gripping his neck, as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, his surname wasn't Ting. Wang Lin squeezed his right hand, and after a few cracking sounds, the young man's eyes immediately popped out and he died. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his left hand and a soul flag appeared in his hand. That person's soul immediately flew out from his head and landed in the soul flag. Wang Lin threw that person's body behind him and immediately took out a long dragon tendon from his bag of holding. The tendon was tightly wrapped around the person's body, and the mosquito beast held the other end of the tendon in its mouth. All of this happened in front of the Tian Dao sect. Wang Lin did it cleanly and without any hesitation. After killing one person, he charged into the main hall and saw a young man with a face filled with grief and anger. His fist was clenched, but from now on, he would never have the chance to release it. This was because his surname was Ting. Wang Lin's right hand slammed down on that person's head. With one slap, that person's internal organs shattered and his soul was sucked into the soul flag. There was no mercy in Wang Lin's eyes as he suddenly moved. This time, the nascent soul ancestors of the Tiandao sect couldn't just sit by and watch. One of them, a red-faced old man, appeared in front of Wang Lin. Although he was terrified, he still shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stop! We can talk this out." Wang Lin didn't even look at that person. His G-realm divine sense moved and his body flashed. The red-faced old man's eyes revealed a gray glow and his divine sense immediately shattered. Then, when Wang Lin passed by him, Wang Lin slapped the old man's nascent soul, causing the old man and his nascent soul to explode into pieces of flesh that fell to the ground. A voice as cold as winter came out of Wang Lin's mouth and said, "Anyone who tries to stop me will have the same crime as the Ting family." The surrounding nascent soul cultivators' hearts trembled, and they stopped moving. They didn't dare to move forward. Wang Lin left the main hall and quickly flew toward the Heaven Dao sect's pavilion. The nascent soul cultivators all hesitated for a bit. One of them quickly took out a piece of jade, imprinted a message on it, and threw it out. The piece of jade quickly flew off into the distance and disappeared. After that, the nascent soul cultivators looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and followed Wang Lin. Although they didn't dare to stop him, if they didn't have the courage to chase after him, then they wouldn't be worthy of being nascent soul ancestors. A beautiful woman flew toward the Tiandao sect's alchemy room with a panicked expression. She didn't want to die. However, how could she compare to Wang Lin's speed? The moment she arrived at the alchemy room, Wang Lin appeared. He waved his hand and the woman's body involuntarily flew backward. She let out a scream as she landed in Wang Lin's hand. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't want to die, but her surname was Ting. After mercilessly crushing the woman's neck and collecting her soul, Wang Lin threw the body behind him. The dragon tendon once again wrapped around the body. This time, there were 3 corpses wrapped around the dragon tendon. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. Of the 4 people left, 2 were in the back mountain, and the other 2 were rapidly flying. One of them was about to leave the Tiandao sect's mountain peak. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. His body moved, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the Tiandao sect's mountain peak. He saw a young man in black flying with a terrified expression. Occasionally, he would look back. However, he would never be able to turn his head back, because his surname was Ting. Wang Lin flicked his finger and it landed on the man's chest. The man's body immediately trembled and he died. Wang Lin collected the soul and tied up the body. Then, he flew toward his next target. The nascent soul cultivators following behind him became even more terrified. They all thought, when did the Ting family offend such a fiend? This fiend's cultivation was heaven-piercing and killing nascent soul cultivators was as easy as blowing off dust. However, instead of going after Ting Huayuan, he started killing the Ting family's descendants. It was clear that he had a deep hatred for the Ting family and wanted to wipe out the entire Ting family. The nascent soul cultivators felt a chill in their hearts and couldn't help but slow down. Wang Lin's eyes were still as cold as ever. A sliver of killing intent slowly spread out from his body. He let out a gloomy smile and locked onto the 5th person. This person was the oldest of the group. His hair was all white, but his cultivation level wasn't high. He was only at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. He didn't reveal any panic or anger on his face. Instead, he flew forward with a serious expression. As he flew, he took out several pieces of jade and sent them out one by one. However, his fate was already decided because his surname was Ting. When Wang Lin appeared before him, he suddenly stopped flying. He looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy expression and quickly said, "What kind of hatred does Senior have with my Ting family?" There must be a mistake. Wang Lin didn't say a word. Without waiting for him to speak, He waved his hand and a black flying sword flew out from his bag of holding. The flying sword pierced through the person's chest. In the blink of an eye, the person's body turned black and he died. After collecting the soul and tying up the body, Wang Lin's body flashed and he flew toward the back mountain. Every time Ting Xian and Ting Yu were having sex, they would activate the formation in the back mountain to hide their presence. Although they wouldn't be able to detect what was happening outside, it was extremely safe. After all, he and Ting Yu were brother and sister. If this matter was discovered by others, his reputation would definitely be ruined. Although there were many people who had sex with Ting Yu and there were quite a few from the Ting clan, this kind of thing was only known by everyone and no one would spread it. However, if he was caught in bed, it would be a different story. As a result, he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. All he could see was Ting Yu's beautiful face and alluring body. After letting out a few heart-wrenching roars, Ting Xian charged forward like crazy, as if he wanted to tear Ting Yu apart. As for Ting Yu, she immediately used the He Huan sect's secret technique. The two of them reached the limit of their carnal desires at almost the same time. It has to be said that compared to the other five, Ting Xian and Ting Yu were the luckiest. Although they were going to die, at the very least, they would die after enjoying their carnal desires. Ting Xian took a few deep breaths and climbed up from Ting Yu's body. However, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. He turned around and found that there was another person in the room. His heart trembled. Just as he was about to speak, that person's eyes lit up. This was the last thing he would see in his life. As for Ting Yu, when she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Ting Xian's head fall to the ground. She was startled and immediately let out a scream. However, this scream was not as pleasant as the moans from before. At the same time, this was the last sound she would make in her life. They were destined to die because the two of them were named Ting. After killing the two of them and taking out their souls, Wang Lin walked out of the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the nascent soul ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect all remained silent. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. He jumped into the air and landed on the mosquito beast. There were 7 corpses tied up by the dragon tendon in the mosquito beast's mouth. Wang Lin didn't stop. He quickly left the Heaven Tao sect on the back of the mosquito beast. In the distance, the 7 corpses tied up by the dragon tendon were like the tails of a peacock. They gave off a bloody aura. It wasn't until Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the horizon that the nascent soul ancestors let out sighs of relief. They were all covered in sweat and one of them softly said, "The Ting family is finished." Another person muttered to himself, "Not only the Ting family, but the entire country of Zhao is going to change." Then he took a deep breath and said to the Heavenly Tao sect's head teacher, "Pass down my order. Pass down the order. Recall all the disciples who are training outside. All businesses related to the Ting family are to be stopped immediately. The disciples who went out to train and cultivated with the women of the Ting family, cut all ties with them and expel them. From now on, the Ting family's business has nothing to do with the Heaven Tao sect." After killing the 7 people from the Ting family, Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. To do something like exterminating a family, one must have a firm heart. If one had the slightest bit of womanly thoughts, they wouldn't have been able to act decisively. After all, exterminating a family was not something that everyone had the determination to do. Wang Lin's next target was a sect tens of thousands of kilometers away. There were a lot of Ting family descendants there, a total of 9 Shursans. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He wanted to slowly kill them. He wanted Ting Huayuan to struggle with the pain of losing his family members, but not being able to go out and save them. He wanted Ting Huayuan to feel the pain of wanting to dig out his chest and see if his heart was broken. Please vote to help me become even more powerful. Chapter 236. Wufeng Valley was one of the most powerful members of the Alliance of the Demonic Path in Zhao. 400 years ago, it was very famous, but 400 years of development didn't make it more prosperous. Instead, it declined. The nascent soul cultivators were unable to break through. Their lifespans were about to expire and they couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. This caused the overall strength of a large sect to slowly decline. Adding on the Xiandao sect's power, Wufeng Valley became a second-rate sect. It was much worse than before. The decline of Wufeng Valley aroused the ambition of the Ting family's ancestor, Ting Huayuan. In these hundreds of years, he sent people to Wufeng Valley. Even though Wufeng Valley saw through Ting Huayuan's intentions, the Ting family's ancestors' cultivation was too high, so they could only accept it. It has to be said that Ting Huayuan was already a guest elder of Wufeng Valley. As a result, the other sects couldn't say anything. After all, this was Wufeng Valley's own matter. So far, within Wufeng Valley, there were a total of 9 Shursan in the Ting family. Most of them already had a certain status in the sect, and 3 of them were already in high positions. The most prominent one was the 5th-generation disciple, Ting Gao. He had already become the next head of the sect. Aside from Ting Huayuan, the other 2 nascent soul ancestors felt helpless about this. Due to Ting Huayuan's arrogance, they could only pretend that they didn't care and go into closed-door cultivation. They hoped that they could break through the early stage of nascent soul and reach the mid-stage of nascent soul. That way, their lifespans would increase a bit. Adding on the fact that the Ting family would send them some herbs every year, the 2 nascent soul ancestors didn't care about what the Ting family was doing in Wufeng Valley. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the strength to go against Ting Huayuan. It could be said that Wufeng Valley had almost become the Ting family's private sect. In the beginning, there were still some people who objected to this. Furthermore, there were many people in Wufeng Valley who objected to this. However, after a few hundred years of harmony, there were no longer any discordant comments in Wufeng Valley. Even the disciples in the sect agreed that the Ting family should take over Wufeng Valley. After all, a few hundred years could change everything. In fact, most of the disciples in Wufeng Valley were newly recruited in the recent 100 years. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast. His divine sense had already locked onto Wufeng Valley. His speed was very fast. Behind him was a dragon tendon with 7 stiff bodies tied to it. With a monstrous killing intent, Wang Lin arrived outside Wufeng Valley. Although Wufeng Valley was known as a valley, it was not actually a valley. The mountain range it was located in was quite famous in the state of Zhao. The mountain was called the 5 Immortal Mountain, and it looked like a giant hand had extended from the ground, forming a strange shape. Wufeng Valley was located on top of this mountain. This mountain was the Mountain of the 5. Wufeng Valley was the 5 of the 5 mountains. Many years ago, when Wufeng Valley was at its peak, the 5 mountains were all covered in spiritual energy. There were thousands of cultivators inside, and it could be said to be the overlord of a region. Now, however, the 5 Immortals Mountain was in a state of decline. There were less than 1,000 disciples, and most of them had not yet reached Qi condensation, or were in the first or second level of Qi condensation. When Wang Lin arrived on top of the mosquito beast, someone had already noticed him. A green light screen instantly appeared on the mountain, blocking Wang Lin outside. At the same time, a killing intent appeared on the 5 mountains. 5 men in white stood on top of the 5 mountains. Each of them formed hand seals, and 5 flying swords, green, red, purple, yellow, and white, floated above their heads. Waves of spiritual energy flowed into the 5 people's bodies from the mountains. After a series of transformations, the spiritual energy was injected into the flying swords, causing them to emit even more powerful sword energy. Wang Lin let out a cold smile. These 5 people were all members of the Ting family. It was clear that the people here had already received the news. It must have been because the Ting family elder from the Heavenly Tao sect had sent out the jade. This was unavoidable, and Wang Lin didn't plan on avoiding it. Otherwise, with the old man's cultivation level, Wang Lin could have killed him before he could throw out the jade. This was what Wang Lin wanted. He wanted the entire country of Zhao to know that he wanted to exterminate the Ting family. Revenge was not a strange thing, but a grand and earth-shattering event. Right now, Wang Lin had the right to do this. The hearts of the 5 Ting family members were gloomy. They had just received orders from Ting Gao to activate the protective formation. However, even though the formation was activated, the 5 of them didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, they felt anger from the bottom of their hearts. This was because they saw the 7 corpses tied up by the dragon tendon behind the white-haired young man. Wang Lin didn't stop at all. The moment the protective formation was activated, he slapped his bag of holding and an ancient sword sheath appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Since Wufeng Valley was using sword energy to fight, then he would let them see what true sword energy was. Wang Lin flipped his right hand and took out a flying sword. He had a lot of low-tier magic treasures like this in his bag of holding. After all, 400 years of accumulation was not a small amount. He quickly put the flying sword into the sheath. When it was 40% into the sheath, a powerful force suddenly appeared. At this moment, the 5 people on the 5 peaks let out a roar. The flying sword above their heads hummed and 5 rays of 5-colored sword energy suddenly appeared. At this moment, the sky seemed to change color and the clouds in the sky disappeared. The 5 rays of sword energy were like 5 dragons as they roared and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin held the sword sheath. He could feel that the sword energy inside the sword sheath was mixed with killing intent and had reached its limit. In the blink of an eye, he let go of the sword sheath. Suddenly, a monstrous aura that was several times stronger than the 5 rays of sword energy rushed out from the sword sheath. Suddenly, a thick sword energy mixed with killing intent rushed out like a divine dragon. The difference between the 5 rays of sword energy formed by the Ting family members was like the difference between a baby and a strong man. Without any suspense, the 5 rays of sword energy were crushed and devoured by the sword energy inside the sword sheath. Then, Wang Lin swung the sword sheath in his hand. The thick sword energy turned into an ancient divine dragon and roared at the 5 celestial mountains on the ground. The ground trembled and dust flew into the air. The mountain protection rune of Wufeng Valley immediately shattered. At the same time, 2 of the huge 5 immortal mountains collapsed with loud rumbling sound. As for the Ting family members controlling the formation, they couldn't withstand the powerful force and exploded. However, with a wave of Wang Lin's right hand, their intact heads were trapped by the dragon tendon and floated behind Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin's body flickered and he jumped off the mosquito beast. He charged toward Wufeng Valley and killed the people he locked onto with his divine sense. Today, I have a personal grudge with the Ting family. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed. A cold and emotionless voice reverberated throughout Wufeng Valley and the entire 5 immortal mountain. At this moment, all the mortals who heard this felt a chill down their spines. Close to 100 cultivators suddenly sprang out from different locations on the 5 immortal mountains. They rode their flying swords and fled in different directions at their quickest speed. Without exception, these people were all Ting family members. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. His hand formed a seal and sent out restrictions that spread out in all directions. It was as if the area within 500 kilometers was surrounded by a giant bowl. No one could escape. One of the young cultivators didn't dare to retaliate and quickly fled for his life. However, before he could get far, an invisible hand grabbed onto his body. A cracking sound could be heard as all the bones in his body were shattered and he died. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he had to die because his surname was Ting. One was a man and one was a woman. They were both from the Ting family, and they were running for their lives. However, a black flying sword pierced through their chests, and their bodies immediately turned black. Their souls were captured and their bodies were tied up by the dragon tendon. Wang Lin had no pity in his heart. Every time he killed someone, he would think of his mother's kind face and his father's serious but hopeful gaze. All of this was because of Ting Huayuan, and he would never return. Back then, he was forced to self-destruct by Ting Huayuan and almost died. 400 years of escape, countless life and death situations, and countless life and death situations were exchanged for countless cries of hatred and the determination to wipe out the entire Ting family. This matter had nothing to do with Wang Lin at all. Back then, he and Zhang Hu didn't cause any trouble in Ting Family City, but because of a message from Ting Li's friend, Ting Li mercilessly chased the two of them. Zhang Hu disappeared back then, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. As for Wang Lin, he was endlessly chased by Ting Li as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Wang Lin. This kind of pursuit was simply the law of the jungle. A late-stage foundation building cultivator chasing a qi condensation cultivator. Who could stop this kind of thing? Ting Li saw that Wang Lin had several magic treasures and became greedy, so he almost killed Wang Lin time and time again. Who could stop this kind of thing? In the forest, Wang Lin used the situation to protect himself and captured Ting Li, who had used up a lot of spirit energy. Should he not have killed him? Should he not have taken Ting Li's foundation to increase his own cultivation level? Should he have knelt down to Ting Li and begged him to let him go? Should he have offered up the heaven-defying bead, the flying sword, the sword sheath, and even his own life? No one tried to stop Wang Lin, but when Wang Lin tried to steal Ting Li's foundation, his ancestor, Ting Huayuan, tried to stop him. Could it be that in this world only others could kill him, but he could never kill others? Wang Lin was unwilling, so he ignored Ting Huayuan's unreasonable demands and killed Ting Li to take Ting Li's foundation. Ting Li brought all of this upon himself. However, Wang Lin never would have thought that a nascent soul cultivator like Ting Huayuan would do something as evil as killing mortals. Since ancient times, there has been a rule that cultivators can't kill mortals. Once something like this happens, all cultivators must use all their power to kill that person. But when Ting Huayuan killed Wang Lin's entire family, did a single cultivator jump out and say a word of justice? No, no, no. Not a single one. What was the reason for all of this? Because Ting Huayuan had already reached the nascent soul stage, he had a large cultivation family, and he had become a ruler. No one would offend Ting Huayuan for a mere mortal, a mere foundation-building disciple. In their eyes, this was just a farce. In Ting Huayuan's eyes, Wang Lin was only an ant. I can kill you, but you can't kill my great-great-grandson. If you kill my great-great-grandson, then I'll kill your entire family. Since that was the case, then there was nothing wrong with Wang Lin killing the Ting family members one by one. Although it was cruel and bloodthirsty, thinking about his parents' kind faces and the 400 years of life and death situations, he felt a monstrous killing intent. If he didn't kill, then he would be ashamed to face his parents. If he didn't kill, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called a human. Whether it was righteous or demonic, he had already seen through everything when Wang Lin's body was destroyed. The area within 1,000 kilometers of Wufeng Valley had become a Shura hell. One by one, the Ting family members died. Their souls were absorbed into the soul flags and their bodies were tied to the dragon tendons. The ground was gradually dyed red. This red wasn't very deep. After all, there were only 100 people, so it wasn't enough to create a river of blood. However, it gave off an aura that would make anyone go crazy. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin walked out from within 1,000 kilometers. In his hand was a head. This person was the person with the highest status in Wufeng Valley, Ting Gao. His eyes were filled with fear. However, all of this was unavoidable because his surname was Ting. Behind Wang Lin, there were 100 corpses tied to the end of the dragon tendons. These corpses and heads slowly spread out as Wang Lin flew. No matter who saw this, their hearts would tremble. After the slaughter ended, 2 old men walked out from Wufeng Valley. They were the only 2 nascent soul ancestors of Wufeng Valley. Not only were they not angry, they were filled with ecstasy. One of them softly said, "The Ting family is finished this time." The other person nodded and smiled. "That's right. This person's cultivation level is very high. He must be a demonic cultivator from a high-rank cultivation country. He must be planning to wipe out the entire Ting family. I just don't know if Pun Nanzi can stop him. If he can't, then it won't affect us." Junior apprentice brother, I feel like this person is familiar, but after thinking for a long time, I can't remember where I've seen him before. Senior apprentice brother, I thought I was just imagining things, but I didn't expect you to feel the same way. We must have met this person before. The 2 of them thought for a long time but still couldn't remember who this person was. They had long forgotten about the Foundation establishment cultivator who fought with Ting Huiyuan outside of Juming Valley and had his body destroyed. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast as he flew. His eyes were still cold. This time, his target was a villa 8,000 kilometers away. There were a total of 174 Ting family members there. Ting Family City. Ting Huiyuan was sitting in the main hall of the Ting family home with a gloomy expression. He was holding a piece of jade in his hand, and before him were 3 people kneeling. In the main hall, aside from the 3 of them, there were a few dozen people standing to the left and right. They all had their heads down and their eyes were filled with fear. 4 days of time to kill 961 Ting family members. Good. Ting Huiyuan laughed like crazy, but his eyes became even colder. He threw the piece of jade at one of the people kneeling on the ground and said, "Sun Er, read it. Read out the information you obtained." The one kneeling on the ground was a young man with a face as white as jade. He had a solemn expression on his face as he took the jade slip and placed it on his forehead to look at it for a while. His expression didn't change at all as he slowly said, 4 days ago, this person appeared at Tiandao sect, killed 7 people from my Ting family, and left. On the same day, this person appeared at Wufeng Valley and used a sword sheath to destroy the sect's protection formation. He destroyed 2 peaks and set up a 500-kilometer barrier. The 9 people from the Ting family, Shursan, were all killed. 3 days ago, this person appeared at the outer village of the Ting family and killed 174 people from one of the Ting family's side branches. On the same day, this person appeared at Tian'in City and killed 104 people from the Ting family branch 200 years ago. Not a single one survived. 2 days ago, the entire Ting family branch, 211 people, all died in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. On the same day, the 27 people from the Yuan Kuei sect all died. Yesterday, the Terminator sect sent out a group of 345 people to train. All of them died. Their blood flowed like a river. As this person spoke, rapid breathing came from the hall. These numbers represented the lives of the Ting family members. Ting Huiyuan clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "Did you find out who this person is?" The young man with the cold expression shook his head and said, "I didn't find out. I didn't find anything. Anyone from the Ting family who saw this person is dead. As for the disciples of the other sects, they were ordered to keep their mouths shut." Junior spent a lot of effort to get a scroll. "Ancestor, please take a look." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a scroll. He slowly opened it in front of Ting Huiyuan, and a simple figure was drawn on it. This person had a head full of flowing white hair, and there was a star between his eyebrows. His entire face was filled with a desolate aura. Beneath his feet was a strange, monstrous beast with a rather ferocious appearance. The most notable feature of this monstrous beast was its long mouth. Inside the mouth was a rope that was connected to the back of the demonic beast. At the end of the rope there were countless branches. Each branch had a corpse tied to it. The corpses were densely packed together. Although they had only seen the painting, all of the Ting family members sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with terror and some of their faces were completely pale. The moment Ting Huayuan saw the painting, he blindly stared at the face of the young man in the painting. His face gradually revealed a look of disbelief. Without any hesitation, he stood up and grabbed the painting. As he stared at the person in the painting, veins began to appear on his forehead. "So it's you." A powerful aura came from Ting Huayuan's body. The tables and chairs around him melted and turned to dust. Even one of the surrounding family members let out a scream and disappeared without a trace. As for the three people kneeling on the ground, they were the first to retreat. However, aside from the young man with the cold expression, the other two were filled with terror. Everyone in the hall knew that the ancestor was angry. After killing more than 900 people, the ancestor's eyes were still gloomy and he wasn't completely angry. However, for some reason, when he saw the person in the painting, he couldn't control the spiritual energy in his body. Ting Huayuan stared at the person in the painting. His eyes revealed a deeply hidden sense of fear. He immediately recognized that the person in the painting was Wang Lin from back then. However, he personally saw Wang Lin die. As a result, when he saw Wang Lin's painting, his heart trembled and his spiritual energy leaked out. Even now, Ting Huayuan still remembered the look in Wang Lin's eyes before he died. That look had accompanied him for 400 years. Ting Huayuan muttered to himself, "He's back." At this moment, everyone in the hall was secretly guessing who this person was. It was clear that the ancestor knew him and had a deep relationship with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leaked his spiritual energy. However, most of the people in the hall were descendants, so they didn't know what happened 400 years ago. In fact, although many people knew about it, very few people talked about it. After all, a nascent soul cultivator killing a mortal family was not something to be proud of. Ting Huayuan gloomily raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man quickly entered the hall. This person looked similar to Ting Huayuan, but his face was filled with shock. After entering the hall, he immediately knelt on the ground and said in a panicked tone, "Ancestor, we can't get out." Ting Huayuan frowned and shouted, "What are you panicking for? Tell me, what do you mean you can't get out?" The middle-aged man swallowed, took a deep breath and quickly said, "A few days ago, there was a rumor that there was a barrier 10,000 kilometers away from Ting Family City. Junior didn't pay much attention to it, but today, when I went out to do something, I found that the rumor was true. I really can't take half a step outside 10,000 kilometers." The moment he said this, everyone in the hall became silent. Ting Huayuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the middle-aged man. Without a word, he walked out of the ancestral home and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away. He didn't stop and quickly flew away. After he was 10,000 kilometers away, Ting Huayuan's speed didn't slow down at all and he smashed into the barrier. Shortly after, a red barrier appeared and Ting Huayuan's body smashed into it. Ripples appeared on the barrier, but the barrier was very resilient. Although Ting Huayuan had pulled Ting Huayuan far away, it still bounced back. Ting Huayuan's expression became even more gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding and took out several powerful treasures. After testing them one by one, he was shocked to find that the barrier didn't budge at all. Ting Huayuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety that he hadn't felt in a long time. He immediately realized that this restriction must have been placed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's goal was to prevent the people of Ting Family City from leaving so that they could only watch as he slaughtered his family members. There was also another goal, and that was to use the slaughter to force the Ting family members back to Ting Family City. Once all of the Ting family members returned to Ting Family City, Ting Huayuan would come to kill. Ting Huayuan didn't believe that this restriction was placed by Wang Lin. In his opinion, even if Wang Lin didn't die, he must have had some other luck. At most, Wang Lin would be at the late stage of core formation or even early stage nascent soul. With Ting Huayuan's late stage nascent soul cultivation, he didn't care at all. What he really feared was the person who placed this restriction. This person's cultivation level must be unfathomable. According to Ting Huayuan's analysis, this person was most likely a spirit-severing cultivator. This was what he was really worried about. However, after pondering for a bit, Ting Huayuan wondered what relationship the senior who placed this restriction had with Wang Lin. If the relationship wasn't deep, then the consequences wouldn't be so bad. Ting Huayuan didn't even consider the possibility that this restriction was placed by Wang Lin. He pondered for a bit, then left with a gloomy expression. After returning to Ting Family City, he didn't hesitate to use spirit stones to activate all of the restrictions in Ting Family City. Then, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation so that he was at his peak state, ready to fight at any time. 4 days of slaughter and the deaths of nearly 1,000 people. For Wang Lin, this was only one step on the path of revenge. Compared to the tens of thousands of people in the Ting family, this number was only a small portion. Wang Lin was on top of the mosquito beast, and behind him were nearly 1,000 feet of corpses. When the sun was high in the sky, he cast a large shadow on the ground as he flew. His eyes were as cold as ever, as if they were a block of ice that wouldn't melt in 10,000 years. Wang Lin's next target was the He Huan sect. The He Huan sect had already become the #1 demonic sect. There were many powerful cultivators in the sect, and the number of disciples in the sect had reached thousands. There were also a lot of Ting family descendants in the sect, a total of 481 people. Perhaps not all of these people were disciples of the He Huan sect, but at this moment they were all in the He Huan sect. A few days ago, Wang Lin had killed more than 300 people in the Terminator sect. They were all Qi condensation disciples. After interrogating them, Wang Lin found out that they were all outstanding disciples of the Ting family. They were in the Terminator sect for a trial. Right now, the Ting family members of the He Huan sect were probably here for the trial as well. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he slowly flew toward the He Huan sect. But just at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He looked to the east and saw a 5-colored flower carriage being served by a group of young men and women as it slowly floated over. Great Immortal GMO is here. Unrelated people, please make way. From afar, the sound of music floated over. The monthly votes had dropped. Everyone had witnessed the updates over the past 2 days. Earroot hadn't been slacking off. Those brothers and sisters who still had monthly votes, don't hesitate to throw them at me. Otherwise, all of Earroot's hard work would go to waste. In the crucial 5 hours, I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 237. The colorful carriage was very eye-catching. Especially under the sunlight, it looked like it came from the world of immortals. What was even more exaggerated was that the flowers and plants on the carriage were all rare spiritual plants that could only be found in the country of Zhao. Apart from that, there were also many bright spots on the flower carriage. These bright spots were densely packed and covered the entire flower carriage. When the sunlight shone, it was like a resplendent star. In fact, if one were to look at it from a direct angle, the bright spots would be so bright that one would feel a piercing pain in their eyes. Even with Wang Lin's willpower, he couldn't help but be stunned. All of these shiny objects were low-grade spiritual stones. It wasn't that these spiritual stones were precious or that there were a lot of them. In reality, with the amount of spiritual stones Wang Lin had, if he were to place them on the carriage, he would be able to place at least 100 of them. However, Wang Lin had lived for so long and seen so much, but this was the first time he had seen someone so extravagant. The young men and women around the carriage were all very handsome. They were only at the second or third level of the qi condensation stage, but their expressions were extremely arrogant. They were even more arrogant than some of the low-profile original soul cultivators. As the carriage got closer, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he observed. Great immortal GMO is here. Unrelated people, please make way. A sharp voice came from a young man. He stared at Wang Lin and didn't even look at the corpses behind Wang Lin. GMO. Wang Lin pondered for a while. This name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking about it carefully, his eyes suddenly flashed. He stared at the carriage and said slowly, "Old man GMO? How dare you?" Almost all the young men shouted in unison. Their voices were very orderly. It was obvious that they had practiced this many times. Perhaps it was because there were so many people, but this shout was somewhat intimidating. However, to Wang Lin it was really insignificant. "Impudent! All of you back off!" An equally sharp voice rang out from within the flower carriage. Soon after, the front of the flower carriage slowly parted to reveal a rather luxurious bed. Lying on the bed was a fat man who looked like a mountain of meat. His face was covered in grease, and he was so fat that he was almost out of shape. There was a blanket on his body that was decorated with hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. "You know the old man?" The fat man glanced at the numerous corpses behind Wang Lin and frowned. "Dao friend, did these mortals offend you? How can you kill as you please?" To him, Wang Lin was the same as him, at the beginning stage of the original level. Though the beast beneath his feet looked scary, he didn't think much of it. GMO had dominated Zhao for many years. Ever since he reached the nascent soul stage, aside from a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he didn't care about normal cultivators. This had a lot to do with his dark light art. This person's cultivation method focused on refining puppet. Although he was only at the early stage of the nascent soul stage, he had a lot of ancient corpse puppets in his bag of holding. In reality, Old Man GMO had been studying this for many years. He often found demonic corpses and refined them. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He waved his right hand and the dragon tendon behind him threw out a head. Wang Lin grabbed the head and asked, "Do you know this person?" Old Man GMO was startled. He didn't look carefully before and thought he had just met a cultivator who killed mortals. Now that he looked closely, the face of the head was very ferocious and hard to recognize. However, as he looked, Old Man GMO's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Ting Gao!" Ting Gao was the person with the highest status in Wufeng Valley. He was the next head teacher of Wufeng Valley. Even in the Ting family, Ting Huayuan valued him a lot. The country of Zhao was not big, so Old Man GMO had seen such a person before. Then, he spread out his divine sense. This time, he looked very carefully. His expression became very ugly. At this moment, the difference between these corpses was like heaven and earth. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "These people are all from the Ting family?" He became 120% cautious and no longer dared to underestimate this person. Although these Ting family members didn't have high cultivation levels, to be able to kill so many and tie them up, they were either idiots or arrogant enough to not fear the Ting family ancestor coming for revenge. As a result, Old Man GMO became very cautious. He immediately decided that this person was not someone he could easily provoke. It has to be said that Ting Huayuan was already at the late stage of nascent soul and had many powerful cultivators in his family. This person's actions clearly showed that he didn't put the Ting family in his eyes. Old Man GMO immediately smiled and said, good kill. The old man didn't like the Ting family for a long time. Fellow cultivator, good kill. This. Fellow cultivator, take your time. The old man still has things to do, so I'll be leaving first. With that, he quickly controlled the carriage to move away from this fiend. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger as he slowly said, Do you know why I killed the Ting family members? Old Man G Mo's body trembled. He had a bad feeling. He shook his head and said, I don't want to know. Fellow cultivator, I'll be leaving now. With that, he didn't hesitate at all and the carriage quickly moved away. The young men and women didn't even have time to pay attention to him. Wang Lin didn't stop him. Instead, he slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of the flag, everything within 1,000 kilometers of him was shrouded in darkness. Old Man G Mo's expression became ugly. He suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin. He yelled, Fellow cultivator, I have no intention of interfering with the matter between you and the Ting family. What is the meaning of this? Our cultivation levels are the same. Don't think the old man is afraid of you. Wang Lin calmly looked at Old Man GMO and revealed a sarcastic smile. He calmly said, 400 years ago, your little disciple died in an accident. I wonder if you still remember. Old Man GMO was startled after hearing this. But very quickly, he stared at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. Your little disciple was killed by me. He had a disciple named Zhang Hu. This person was from the same sect as me. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he spoke. The fat on Old Man G Mo's face twitched. He forced a smile and said, So what if I killed him? The old man has already forgotten what happened 400 years ago. Although he said this, his right hand was already on his bag of holding. Suddenly, 4 clouds of black smoke came out and surrounded him. The 4 clouds of smoke revealed 4 mummified corpses. Normally, when Old Man GMO fought with others, he rarely used this technique. But now, before he even made a move, he had already summoned 4 mummified corpses. It was clear that he was very afraid of Wang Lin. Each of these 4 mummified corpses had a cultivation level close to the early stage of nascent soul. However, Wang Lin didn't even look at them. He continued, After that, Zhang Hu and I were chased by Ting Huiyuan's grandson, Ting Li. I think you must have remembered what happened back then. Old Man G Mo's face was green and red. After a long time, he sighed and said, Actually, that Zhang Hu, I. Just as he said this, his eyes lit up. His mountain-like body immediately flew off the bed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his right hand shot out 4 drops of blood and landed on the 4 mummified corpses. The 4 mummified corpses suddenly opened their eyes. They let out a few beast-like roars and pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His right hand formed a seal and he shouted, Restriction! Suddenly, 8 restrictions appeared from the black screen and wrapped around the 4 mummified corpses. At the same time, Wang Lin's body moved and chased after Old Man GMO. Although Old Man GMO's body was fat, his speed was not slow. He quickly ran and sometimes teleported. However, Wang Lin's shadow was like a bone that followed him. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't shake Wang Lin off. Old Man GMO gritted his teeth and stopped. He formed a seal with both hands and his body began to shake. Then, the layers of fat on his body began to move strangely. It was as if they were being absorbed and quickly shrunk. At the same time, his aura became stronger. His hair moved without any wind and waves of spiritual energy emitted from his body. His cultivation level, along with the shrinking of the fat on his body, increased from the early stage of the original level to the middle stage of the original level. Finally, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was a middle-aged man with a strong body. This person was quite handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes. There was a sense of righteousness around him. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the original level. He was only one step away from the late stage of the original level. He stared at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "You should feel honored. Ever since the old man formed his nascent soul, you are the first person to see the true face of the old man. Alas, in this world, there are too few people who can withstand the full power of the old man's technique. It is hard to find a master. The old man really doesn't want to kill you. If you have another 100 years, maybe you will grow up. How about this, you cut off one of your arms and the old man will not kill you within 100 years. I hope that after 100 years, you will have the ability to fight against me. The old man can't wait for that day to come." After old man Ji finished speaking, his face revealed a sense of arrogance. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. His entire person exuded an aura that looked down on the world. At the same time, there was a deep sense of loneliness in this aura. After sighing, he stared deeply at Wang Lin. He turned around and slowly flew away. When he was about 100 meters away, his speed suddenly increased and he didn't look back as he flew away. Wang Lin had a strange look on his face. A red light flashed in his eyes and his undefeatable realm suddenly moved. It turned into a series of red lightning bolts that flew out. Without any suspense, old man Ji's eyes darkened and he revealed a look of disbelief. His body tilted and he fell from midair. Under the impact of several restrictions, his entire body was torn into pieces. At the same time, a storage bag flew out from the pieces of flesh and landed in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's body flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to the 4 dried corpses. The moment old man Ji died, the 4 dried corpses stopped moving. Wang Lin took a few looks. After pondering for a bit, he scanned Ji Mo's bag of holding with his divine sense and took out a few pieces of jade. After a while, he saw the method to refine puppets in one of the pieces of jade. After reading the jade, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal. Following the instructions on the jade, he shot out a few rays of light that landed on the foreheads of the 4 puppets. Immediately, the 4 puppets turned into black smoke and went back into the storage bag. Wang Lin put the storage bag in his chest pocket. His body moved and he stepped on the back of the mosquito beast and headed back to the He Huan sect. At this moment, inside the He Huan sect, the first ancestor, old man Yin Yang, had a gloomy expression. He had his hands behind his back and was pacing back and forth in the main hall of the He Huan sect. He was hesitating and didn't know if he should make a decision or not. Inside the main hall, there were 3 people sitting around. There was 1 man and 2 women. The man was handsome and the women were charming. They were all at the original soul stage. Right now, the 3 of them were frowning and it was obvious that they had a lot on their minds. The woman wearing the yellow silk dress softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, is that demonic cultivator really at the soul formation stage? Junior martial sister doesn't believe it." The woman in the yellow silk dress said softly. Her voice had a soul-stirring feeling to it. This woman's clothes were tight-fitting, outlining her curvaceous figure that caused one's heart to palpitate. If it wasn't for the dense worry between her brows, she would definitely be extremely charming and charming. Old man Yin Yang snorted, stopped walking, and said, "Tian Dao Sex Huang Dashan was at the early stage of nascent soul. That person only took one look at him and he died. With that kind of cultivation, even if he's at the soul formation stage, he's still too weak." The woman wearing the yellow dress immediately became silent and frowned even more. "Senior apprentice brother, why don't we send the Ting family disciples out? That way, that demonic cultivator won't come looking for the He Huan sect." The middle-aged man, who hadn't spoken yet, suddenly spoke. Old man Yin Yang rubbed his brow and shook his head. "Then wouldn't we completely offend the Ting family? That Ting Huiyuan's cultivation is already at the late stage of nascent soul. Although we are both at the late stage of nascent soul, if we were to fight, I know my own limit. The hall was completely silent. After a while, old man Yin Yang's eyes lit up and he made a decision. His voice was gloomy as he slowly said, "That old thief Punan Zi still hasn't appeared, so there must be a problem. Forget it, that old man Ting Huiyuan is a vengeful person. If we hand over the Ting family members today, and he doesn't die in the future, we will have a lot of trouble. Junior apprentice brother, go tell everyone to open up the sect protection formation. I will personally take charge of it and stop that demonic cultivator." The middle-aged man nodded and hesitated for a moment. He hesitated a bit and said, "Senior apprentice brother, what if that old thief Ting dies in the end?" Old man Yin Yang's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Junior apprentice brother, don't underestimate Punan Zi. He will definitely try to stop us. Even if his cultivation level isn't high enough, is the person at the Tower of Heaven's cultivation level not high enough?" The middle-aged man was startled, but his eyes immediately revealed a look of understanding and he quickly nodded. At this moment, in the Joyful Union sect, a middle-aged man with a face full of exhaustion walked out of a house while coughing rapidly. He held a pile of clothes in his hand and slowly walked out with his back bent. This person was only middle-aged, but his hair was already white and he was staggering as he walked. At this moment, the sound of a bell echoed across the He Huan sect. The bell rang 9 times, which meant that all the He Huan sect disciples had to gather at the main hall in half an incense stick of time. If they were one breath late, they would be severely punished. When he heard the bell ring, he originally didn't pay much attention, but when the bell rang 9 times, he raised his head and looked toward the main hall. His face revealed a surprised expression. He had been in the He Huan sect for many years, but this was the first time he had heard the bell ring 9 times. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing the clothes in his hands and quickly running towards the main hall. However, his body was far too weak. After just running a few steps, he began to pant. By the time he arrived at the main hall, almost all the Acacia sect disciples were already sitting cross-legged outside the main hall. The entire square was densely packed with countless disciples. Apart from that, even the surrounding courtyards were filled with disciples of the Joyful Union sect. Beneath each disciple was a faint circle of light. The middle-aged man quickly found a circle of light in the corner and sat down cross-legged. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly heard cries of surprise from his fellow disciples around him. He quickly looked around and saw that everyone was looking up at the sky. He couldn't help but raise his head, and instantly, he was stunned. In the air above the Joyful Union sect, an extremely ferocious-looking demonic beast had appeared out of nowhere. This demonic beast had a huge mouth, and within that mouth was a rope. At the end of that rope there were countless corpses tied together. There was a person standing on the head of the beast. This person had a head full of white hair. Although his appearance was ordinary, he gave off a powerful killing intent. The moment the middle-aged man saw this person, he frowned. He had a feeling that he had seen this person before, but he couldn't remember where. Wang Lin looked at the He Huan sect. He could feel that there was a protective formation above the He Huan sect that was several times stronger than the one at the Tian Dao sect and Wufeng Valley. This protective formation was very powerful. Unless one's cultivation level was at the soul formation stage, it would be very difficult to break it in a short period of time. The key to this array formation was the spiritual energy within the bodies of the several thousand harmonious bond sect disciples. As long as they sat within the circle of light, they would automatically become the spirit bearers of the array formation. As a result, breaking the array formation was the same as directly fighting against several thousand cultivators. The Ting family disciples were inside the main hall. It was clear that the He Huan sect was planning on fighting to the end. Wang Lin calmly looked at the ground. His gaze landed on an old man in the middle of the square, and he slowly said, "If we don't open this formation, blood will flow like a river." The old man was Old Man Yin Yang. When he saw Wang Lin, he frowned even more. When he heard Wang Lin speak, he immediately asked, "Fellow cultivator, what are you here for?" Wang Lin let out a sneer and red lightning appeared in his eyes. Although this formation was powerful, if the person guarding it died, the formation would break by itself. His G-realm divine sense turned into a ray of red lightning and landed on the formation. The formation didn't even shake, causing Old Man Yin Yang to be startled. However, a dozen or so disciples in the hall let out miserable groans as they fell to the ground, dead. The moment they died, the rings of light under their bodies glowed brightly, but they quickly dimmed and disappeared. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he slowly asked, "Are you going to open it or not?" Old Man Yin Yang sneered but didn't say anything. Wang Lin's G-realm moved again. This time, 10 bolts of red lightning landed on the formation. Suddenly, more than 100 disciples coughed out blood. Their bodies twitched a few times before they fell to the ground dead. A sense of fear immediately spread among the remaining disciples. Wang Lin calmly looked at Old Man Yin Yang and said, "Are you going to open it or not?" Old Man Yin Yang's expression was gloomy. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy into the formation without saying a word. The 3 nascent soul cultivators next to him also clenched their teeth and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, more than 100 strands of G-realm divine sense turned into red lightning. They formed a string and landed on the array. At the same time, nearly 1,000 disciples in the square exploded, turning into a mist of blood. The remaining disciples didn't dare to continue sitting down. They ignored the scoldings of their elders and crawled up in fear. "Are you going to open it or not?" Wang Lin's voice was like a death sentence. Old Man Yin Yang coughed out blood. His face was green and red as he struggled internally. The man and 2 women next to him were injured, their bodies slanting to the side. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. He casually took out a jade bottle and crushed it. Immediately, 3 nascent soul essences floated out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Lin swallowed them one by one. Then his eyes became cold as he slowly raised his right hand and a red ball of lightning formed in his palm. This ball of lightning was completely formed by G-realm divine sense. Gradually, the ball of lightning became bigger and bigger until it was the size of a fist. Then, it floated down from his hand. Old Man Yin Yang was terrified. He had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone consume a nascent soul like a pill. He looked at the ball of lightning and immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stop! I'll open it, I'll open the formation now. I, old man, don't care about the Ting family anymore." As he spoke, he immediately stood up and quickly took out a jade. He threw it into a spell and the harmonious union sex formation began to tremble. Almost at the same time the ball of lightning fell, the formation disappeared without a trace. Old Man Yin Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead. After opening the formation, he had thought it through and respectfully said, "Senior, everyone from the Ting family is in the main hall." Wang Lin didn't even look at him. He turned around and walked into the main hall. There was no sound coming from inside the main hall, but the smell of blood came from inside. After half an incense stick of time, Wang Lin walked out with a calm expression. He waved his hand and the dragon tendon in the mosquito beast's mouth flew into the main hall, bringing out hundreds of corpses. The faces of these corpses were filled with hatred and fear. They were all very young. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's appearance, then a core formation cultivator or even a nascent soul cultivator would have appeared among them. However, they shouldn't have been named Ting. In other words, Tingli shouldn't have chased after Wang Lin. If Tingli knew about this, he wouldn't have chased after Wang Lin. Or maybe Ting Huayuan didn't want to wipe out the entire Wang family. Otherwise, Wang Lin wouldn't have come for revenge, because there was no hatred. He killed Ting Li once and Ting Huayuan killed him once. All of the hatred had been wiped out. What Wang Lin was doing now was not for himself, but for his parents. Just as Wang Lin was about to leave, a soft voice came from the square. Wang Lin? The voice was very soft and the tone was filled with uncertainty. I'm not satisfied with today's chapter. There's a reason for this. My family and friends all have flu symptoms. I just don't know if it's really the flu or not. I went to the hospital with them today, but the hospital said they didn't have the equipment to test it. I hope this damn plague will pass quickly. I hope the readers of my book stay healthy and don't go to crowded places. I hope we can safely get through this winter. Finally, I want to summon my monthly ticket. Chapter 238. Wang Lin stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with a weak body in the far corner. He was staring at Wang Lin with a look of reminiscence. This person was vaguely familiar to Wang Lin. He took a few steps and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin squatted down and slowly said, "What did you just say?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. He respectfully said, "Senior, Junior mistook you for someone else. I hope Senior doesn't take offense." Wang Lin carefully looked at the person and pondered for a moment. "Oh? Who did you mistake me for?" The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and sighed. "Senior, Junior had a junior brother many years ago. It was Junior who brought him up the mountain." Wang Lin's heart trembled. He finally remembered who this person was. He pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve and disappeared from the Hehuan sect with the middle-aged man. On a cliff 100 miles away from the Hehuan sect, Wang Lin appeared. After placing the middle-aged man on the ground, he calmly looked at him. The middle-aged man looked to his side with a complicated expression on his face. He whispered, "You?" Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly said, "Senior Brother Zhang, since you recognized me, why did you pretend not to know me?" The middle-aged man's body trembled. After a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled. "I sigh. How is the Hingyu sect now?" Wang Lin looked at the person in front of him. The scenes of the past slowly appeared in his heart. After a long time, he asked with pity. The middle-aged man whispered, "I haven't been back for many years. Why is Senior Brother Zhang in the Hehuan sect, and your cultivation?" Wang Lin frowned and grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. He pondered for a moment and continued, "The spirit force in your body is very scattered and your meridians are very weak." The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and said, "After you left and never returned, the ancestors placed their goal on me. They spent a great price to help me raise my cultivation to core formation. After that, I left the Hengyu sect. I wanted to experience the world and one day reach the nascent soul stage and restore the glory of the Hengyu sect. However, I didn't expect to meet a woman. That woman was a disciple of the Hehuan sect. I sigh, my cultivation went down the drain. That slut didn't kill me and instead used my body to refine the Hehuan pill. Before the pill is refined, although I'm a cripple, my lifespan won't end. If it wasn't for this, I would have already become a pile of bones." Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a small white jade bottle. He handed it to the middle-aged man and said, "There are 7 pills inside. Take one every month. After 7 months, your cultivation will recover by at least half. Senior Brother Zhang, I still have important matters to attend to. I hope we will meet again." After he finished speaking, Wang Lin deeply looked at the middle-aged man. Then he turned around and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing on top of a mosquito beast. He gradually flew off into the distance, carrying a dense pile of corpses. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin's disappearing figure with envy. His face revealed a trace of melancholy. When he called out Wang Lin's name, he already recognized him. However, Wang Lin's change was too great and his cultivation was unimaginable. Although he was sure it was Wang Lin, he didn't dare to recognize him. Holding the white jade bottle in his hand, he took a deep breath, got up, and staggered away. While Wang Lin was flying, he spread out his divine scent. At this moment, all of the Ting family members in Zhao had found out about the massacre. Following Wang Lin's original plan, all of them were to migrate. Their target was Ting Family City. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cruel expression and he thought, "Migrate. When all of you gather at Ting Family City, that will be the day I go see Ting Huayuan." The large-scale migration continued, but in Wang Lin's divine sense, he found that the 7 dots of light hadn't moved at all. In these past few days of slaughter, Wang Lin had used various methods to find out that there were 9 core members of the Ting family. Aside from Ting Huayuan, very few people knew the cultivation levels of these 9 people. It could be said that these 9 people were the future successors of the Ting family that Ting Huayuan had personally taught. In order for these 9 core members to cultivate, Ting Huayuan paid a great price to open up 9 spirit caves in Zhao. These 9 people spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation inside them. All the pills, treasures, and cultivation methods were provided by the Ting family members. These 9 people only had one mission, and that was to cultivate. Every once in a while, Ting Huayuan would take the 9 people to dangerous places in the neighboring countries to train. It could be said that these 9 people's cultivation levels and battle experience had reached a certain peak. These 9 people were all squeezed out of the Ting family's resources. In addition, these 9 people were not always the same. Every 50 years, all of the Ting family members would have a chance to challenge them. Once the challenge was successful, the person would immediately become a core member of the Ting family. They would be able to replace the person who challenged them in the spirit cave and receive the support of the entire Ting family. As a result, aside from one of the 9 core members, the other 8 had changed at least 3 times. With all these tests, the cultivation levels of the core members could be imagined. The 7 motionless lights that Wang Lin sensed were the core members of the Ting family. 2 of them had been summoned back to Ting Family City, so they weren't among the 7. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Right now, almost everyone with the blood of the Ting family was heading toward Ting Family City according to his plan. There was no need for Wang Lin to participate anymore. Right now, his target was these 7 people. These 7 core members of the Ting family that had been trained and eliminated for countless years. These 7 people must die. It was a dark and windy night. The smell of blood slowly spread across the sky. Wang Lin's figure was like a demon as he slowly flew toward a sand dune in the distance. Ting 9 was a name, and at the same time, it was a glorious title. This name had changed owners many times. To be exact, it was 6 times. Ting 9 was sitting cross-legged inside a secret room. This secret room looked very simple, but Ting 9 knew that this secret room would make countless Ting family members crazy. He was one of these crazy family members back in the day. Ever since he was young, he had been called a genius. His dream was to replace others and become a core member. Only by becoming a core member would he be able to stand out in the Ting family, be recognized by the ancestor, and become a nascent soul cultivator. Growing up in the Ting family, he was used to the snobbishness and coldness of the family members. He had seen all kinds of injustice and resentment. Everything that happened during his childhood caused his heart to become cold. For the sake of strength, he was willing to pay any price. In fact, when he found out that he had the qualifications to challenge a core member of the Ting family, the first person he killed was his older brother. This was because his older brother was one of his competitors. Every 50 years, the entire Ting family would have a ceremony to challenge a core member of the Ting family. During this ceremony, only 9 people would be chosen. Step by step, through various means, he had finally become one of the 9 people. All of this had been obtained by shedding his own blood and abandoning his dignity as a human. In order to succeed in the challenge, he didn't hesitate to cultivate the most vicious secret technique in the family. He devoured other people's spiritual energy to increase his own cultivation level. This method would greatly reduce the lifespan of the cultivator, but at the same time, it could quickly increase one's cultivation level. After all, his enemy was the previous owner of the name Ting 9. His cultivation level had already reached the late stage of core formation. Ting 9 looked at this secret room with satisfaction. The spiritual energy here was 10 times that of the outside world. Although the secret room looked simple, if one looked closely, they would find that the materials used to build this secret room were all high-quality spirit stones. Below this secret room was an underground spirit vein. Although this spirit vein wasn't big, it was unimaginably luxurious for one person to cultivate here. Pills, Ting 9 didn't lack any. As long as he asked, the Ting family would use all sorts of methods to get it for him. Cultivation methods, Ting 9 had many. As long as he wanted to see them, the Ting family would use all sorts of methods to get them for him. Magic treasures, Ting 9 had many, and every one of them was a nascent soul treasure. Women, Ting 9 didn't lack any women. As long as he needed them, the Ting family would immediately send him countless women with a certain cultivation level for him to absorb. Ting 9 didn't need to worry about any of this. This was what a core family member could enjoy. He only had one mission, and that was to cultivate, and cultivate. Wang Lin's body floated in the air. With his divine sense, he could clearly see that there was a secret room under the sand dune. The person inside the secret room was his prey. This person's cultivation level was the first nascent soul cultivator in the Ting family besides Ting Huayuan. Aside from his cultivation level, this person also had a powerful killing intent that wouldn't dissipate. Unless one had gone through a lot of killing, it would be very difficult for others to have this kind of killing intent. Although it was a few levels lower than Wang Lin's killing intent, it was even stronger than some of the demonic cultivators in the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's mouth moved. This Ting family member made his eyes light up. It has to be said that the first requirement to become a devil was to have a strong killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the more powerful the devil would be. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pressed down on the ground. Suddenly, a palm print appeared on the sand dune. The palm print became deeper and deeper as it pressed down. Ting 9 was inside the secret room when he suddenly opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, his body disappeared from the secret room. The moment he disappeared, the entire secret room collapsed and a large amount of sand flowed down, forming a deep hole. When Ting 9 reappeared, he was already in the air. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked down at the secret room. He didn't hold back his killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. Writing one more chapter. Chapter 239. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the murderous young man. If he could refine this young man into a devil general, it would be the most powerful devil general he had. The young man didn't act rashly. He looked at the countless corpses behind Wang Lin and turned around to run. His speed was so fast that he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin let out a smile as he chased after the young man. Ting 9 ran 500 kilometers in one breath, but the sense of danger behind him didn't disappear. This sense of danger made him feel very scared. This feeling became even stronger until Ting 9's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and a gray bead appeared in his hand. He immediately threw the gray bead behind him. Wang Lin took out the restriction flag at almost the same time the old man slapped his bag of holding. He shook the flag and 10 restrictions flew out, forming a barrier before him. At the same time, the pearl landed on the barrier and exploded with a series of rumbling sounds. Ting 9 didn't reveal any joy on his face. Instead, His expression became even more serious and he moved even faster. Not only did the sense of danger not decrease, it actually increased. As he was fleeing, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he quickly turned his body sideways, only to see a bolt of red lightning flash past his body. Ting-Nine's eyes were filled with fear. He could feel the aura of death from that bolt of red lightning. He believed that if he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, he would have died if he had been hit by that bolt of red lightning. However, before he had the time to rejoice, he saw a series of hundreds of red lightning bolts suddenly appear around his body, up and down, left and right, sealing off all his escape routes. Ting-Nine's body froze and he didn't dare to fly anymore. He slowly turned around, looked at Wang Lin and said, "Senior, I am willing to recognize you as my master and will never betray you. I am willing to give you my soul blood as a guarantee." Wang Lin stared at Ting-Nine and slowly shook his head. He didn't say anything, but his divine sense moved and the red lightning around Ting-Nine slowly shrank. Sweat appeared on Ting-Nine's forehead. He immediately took out several magic treasures from his bag of holding and threw them out one by one. However, none of them were able to break through the red lightning. The moment they touched the red lightning, the divine sense he placed on them shattered and the magic treasures fell from the sky. Every time the divine sense on a magic treasure shattered, he would feel a stabbing pain in his head. Gradually, the shock on his face became more and more intense. "You must die because your surname is Ting." Wang Lin's voice was heard unhurriedly. At the same time, a faint murderous aura was emitted from Wang Lin's body. Ting-Nine's body trembled and his eyes became red. He let out a crazed roar and charged toward the red lightning. However, the moment his body collided with the red lightning, he let out a miserable scream. He didn't die, but his body immediately withered. How could Wang Lin be willing to kill a future devil? He let out a smile. Using a member of the Ting family to refine a devil must be very interesting. As the red lightning closed in, Ting-Nine's mind collapsed. Under the pressure of death, he felt a sense of despair. This feeling became more and more intense. Just as his soul was about to explode, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He charged out from the mosquito beast and entered the red lightning without any resistance. His right hand grabbed Ting-Nine's throat and fiercely squeezed. With a crack sound, Ting-Nine's eyes popped out and revealed a look of despair. He died. The moment he died, Wang Lin's left hand formed a strange seal and pressed down on Ting-Nine's head. "In the name of a foreign soul, I will collect your soul." A ray of red light flew out from Ting-Nine's head. Just as the red light was about to escape, Wang Lin grabbed it and threw it into a brand new soul flag. After throwing Ting-Nine's body behind him, Wang Lin looked at the soul flag in his hand with satisfaction. It has to be said that Wang Lin once had a dream. He wanted to have an endless army of devils like he had in the foreign battleground. That way, he would be able to gain a foothold in the cultivation world. Even if he met someone with a higher cultivation level than him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, there were simply too few souls that could be called devils. Under Wang Lin's meticulous search, not counting Ting-Nine's soul, he had only found 3 in 400 years. Su Liguo was man-made, so there were many flaws. If it weren't for the fact that Su Liguo was different from other devils and had gained intelligence, Wang Lin would have already killed him and fed him to other devils. In the beginning, Wang Lin was quite satisfied with the second devil. This devil was very fierce, but as his cultivation level increased, although this devil was fast, it wasn't very powerful. Most of the time, it wasn't very useful. The third devil was refined from the soul of a spirit ape. It was powerful, but it wasn't fierce enough. There was a big difference between these 3 devils and the wandering souls that Wang Lin envisioned in the foreign battleground. None of them were things that Wang Lin was satisfied with. However, it was different now. If the soul inside the soul flag was refined into a devil, then whether it was fierce or powerful, it would be a top choice. Even if it couldn't compare to real wild wandering souls, it wouldn't be too far off. If the other core disciples are all like this, then Ting Huayuan, Wang, I really have to thank you for helping me raise so many top devils. As Wang Lin muttered to himself, his eyes lit up. Without a word, he charged toward the next core disciple's closed-door cultivation location. Among the other 6 core disciples, aside from one who was still at the border of Zhao, the other 5 had all left their closed-door cultivation locations. It was clear that they wanted to return to Ting Family City. If it was before he saw Ting 9, Wang Lin would have let them enter Ting Family City and start a massacre. However, after seeing the benefits of Ting 9, how could Wang Lin let these future devils go? Although the mosquito beast's speed was fast, it couldn't meet Wang Lin's requirements. This time, he took out a bottle of pills and swallowed them. Then his eyes lit up as he jumped off the mosquito beast and charged toward the closest one at full speed. Ting 8 calmly flew in the air. His eyes were calm and he didn't seem nervous at all. In truth, he didn't want to return to Ting Family City, but the massacre in the past few days had caused the Ting family members to panic. The most important thing was that the Ting family ancestor didn't care about this matter at all. From beginning to end, he hadn't left Ting Family City at all. As a result, this matter was very strange. This was the main reason why Ting 8 wanted to return to Ting Family City. As he flew, he spread out his divine sense to observe his surroundings. If there was any sign of trouble, he would immediately react. In truth, Ting 8 didn't think that the Xiao 2 cultivator who had killed a large number of Ting family members would have the guts to cause trouble for him. After all, the strongest cultivator he had killed was only at the core formation stage. Ting 8 believed that if it was him, he could easily do this. After all, his cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of nascent soul. With this kind of cultivation level, he could walk around the entire country of Zhao as he pleased. Although Ting 8 wasn't strong enough, he wasn't afraid of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. In the entire country of Zhao, there were only 2 people he feared. Of these 2 people, the first one wasn't Ting Huayuan, but Ting 1. Ting Huayuan could only be ranked second. Ting 1 was a nightmare in his heart. Just thinking about Ting 1 made his body feel cold. Aside from those 2, he didn't fear anyone. He even hoped that the mysterious person would appear before him. Ting 8 was the 5th person to use the name Ting 8. In other words, for a very long time, everyone who challenged him failed and was killed by him. While he was flying, Ting 8's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was gradually turning dark. Just as he was about to increase his speed, his pupils suddenly shrank. Before him, a white-haired man had silently appeared. Ting 8's heart trembled. It has to be said that his divine sense had been spread out, but he hadn't found this person at all. This was enough to prove that this person's divine sense was far stronger than his. However, just because one's divine sense was powerful didn't mean one's abilities were amazing. Ting 8 slapped his bag of holding without any hesitation, and many flying swords flew out. More and more flying swords appeared before him, as if his bag of holding was a bottomless pit. As the flying swords appeared one by one, the white-haired young man didn't do anything. However, his gaze made Ting 8 feel extremely disgusted. As Wang Lin stared at Ting 8, his eyes became brighter and brighter. This person's killing intent was even stronger than the previous person's. However, he had learned to hide it, so he didn't reveal it too much. The corner of his mouth moved and he revealed a satisfied smile as he slowly walked forward. Ting 8 let out a snort and his eyes became cold. His right hand formed a seal and he pointed at Wang Lin. All of the flying swords around him let out sword hums and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. At the moment the flying swords closed in, his body flickered and his divine sense left his body. It turned into a large, black cloud and pounced on the flying swords. The moment the flying swords touched the black cloud, they immediately lost their light and fell to the ground. Ting 8's eyes revealed a look of horror and he was about to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Lin used his soul devourer form and swallowed Ting 8. In the blink of an eye, the black mist entered Ting 8's body. Ting 8 immediately let out a miserable scream. His voice was extremely tragic and would cause anyone who heard it to change their expression. As he screamed, his body involuntarily twitched and black veins appeared on his face. The reason his veins were black was because there was not only blood flowing through them, but also Wang Lin's soul devourer black mist. It didn't take long, but Ting 8's painful screams continued. His throat was hoarse and his body was soaked in cold sweat. After a while, his body violently trembled and he slowly fell from the sky. As he fell, Wang Lin's soul devourer brought Ting 8's nascent soul and soul out of his body. Ting 8's nascent soul was devoured and his soul was put into the soul flag. As for his body, it was tied up by the dragon tendon. All of this didn't take long from when Wang Lin appeared to when it ended. Most of the time, Ting 8's miserable screams could be heard. After Wang Lin's soul devourer returned to his body, he didn't stop and flew toward his next target. Ting 6 was not young anymore. It could be said that 200 years ago, he was already a core disciple. However, during a challenge, his position was stolen by someone from his family, but he luckily didn't die. After many years of closed-door training, without Ting Huiyuan's permission, he went to the secret room that belonged to Ting 6 and cruelly killed the person who defeated him to take back the name Ting 6. After that, although he was severely punished by Ting Huiyuan, in the end, the name Ting 6 was still in his hands. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul stage, the spells he cultivated allowed him to turn his killing intent into an attack. Even Ting Huiyuan didn't make it too difficult for him because of this and allowed him to have the name Ting 6. However, today the name Ting 6 came to an end. From now on, there would be no more Ting 6. Ting 6 licked his lips as he flew through the air. His thoughts were the complete opposite of Ting 8. The reason he left the secret room was because he felt a strong sense of crisis. Ever since he turned all of his killing intent into an attack, Ting 6 gained a special ability. This ability had saved his life many times. Therefore, he believed in this sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, he left the secret room and headed toward Ting Family City. He didn't think his journey would be uneventful. Although he was only 5 days away from Ting Family City, the sense of crisis he felt became stronger and stronger. Wang Lin's divine sense had already locked onto the person before him. This person was also at the mid-stage of nascent soul. He licked his lips as he flew forward and got closer and closer. As Ting 6 flew, he immediately felt a killing intent coming at him. He secretly cursed. If it wasn't for that sense of danger, he would have dared to fight. However, right now, he clenched his teeth, formed a seal, and pressed his hand on his chest. 2 popping sounds came from his feet and they exploded. His body was covered in a blood-red light. Enduring the intense pain, his speed instantly increased by several times. His whole body turned into a blood-red meteor, instantly disappearing from where he stood. Wang Lin frowned. This person was very decisive and used a secret technique to burn his soul as a sacrifice to increase his speed by several-fold. As a result, Wang Lin couldn't catch up. Zhao Jiuge stopped and coldly looked in the direction the person escaped. He pondered a bit and took out the restriction flag from his bag of holding. He shot out a ray of light and the restriction flag opened up to cover an area of 500 kilometers. Shortly after, Wang Lin pointed at his brow and the devil Suligua and the third devil came out. Under Wang Lin's command, they protected him. Then he took out the bronze mirror. It floated above his head and slowly scanned the area. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thick, black fog came out from his body. This black fog became larger and larger until it almost formed a black cloud. Suddenly, the black cloud moved and spread out like crazy. This spread out and covered the entire country of Zhao. This black cloud was Wang Lin's soul. This time, his soul had completely left his body. Ting 5 was a very handsome middle-aged man. It was worth mentioning that he looked a bit similar to Ting Li back in the day. He was followed by 2 female cultivators. Both of them were very beautiful. The 3 of them quickly headed toward Ting Family City. Seeing that they were about to enter within 10,000 kilometers of Ting Family City, Ting 5 finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just at this moment, the sky darkened and a layer of black fog quickly closed in. Under Ting 5's dumbfounded gaze, the black fog suddenly descended at an unimaginable speed and wrapped around Ting 5. In the blink of an eye, it took Ting 5's soul and nascent soul out of his body. An angry roar came from the direction of Ting Family City. At the same time, Ting Huayuan charged over like lightning. He felt Ting 5's aura, but it immediately disappeared. At the same time, a pressure that caused his heart to tremble suddenly appeared. When Ting Huayuan arrived, the black fog in the sky began to churn violently and gradually condensed into a human face. It was the face of Wang Lin. He coldly looked at Ting Huayuan and let out a cruel smile before disappearing. Ting 4's cultivation level wasn't high. He was only at the early stage of nascent soul. After all, he had only been a core family member for less than 20 years. At this moment, he was standing on a flying sword and flying quickly. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. In recent days, many of his family members had died, including his only blood brother. This was the reason he left his closed-door cultivation room. In truth, he didn't want to return to Ting Family City, but to find the killer and get revenge for his brother. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to get revenge because he didn't notice that the black clouds in the sky were getting thicker. In 1 day's time, 5 of the 7 core disciples of the Ting family had died. Only 2 remained. One was at the border and hadn't left the secret room. The other was currently flying. However, he wasn't alone. There was a man and a woman beside him. If Wang Lin saw these 2, he would definitely recognize one of them because it was Wang Zhuo from back then. Wang Zhuo's gloomy expression disappeared, and he felt a sense of carefreeness. These past few days were the happiest days he had been in the past 400 years because the Ting family was being wiped out. Although he didn't know who did this, it didn't affect his mood. He even hoped that the killing would continue and it would be best if the entire Ting family was wiped out. Looking at his wife, Wang Zhuo felt a bit complicated. He originally didn't have any feelings for her. If it wasn't for Ting Huayuan's power, he would have accepted her to protect himself. However, humans were not plants. After being together for so many years, even though his hatred for the Ting family was still the same, his feelings for this wife of his had always been very complicated. Today's 2 chapters, a total of 8,000 words. Chapter 240. Ting 3 didn't look young. His hair was already white and his face looked very old. From his appearance, he looked around 40 to 50 years old. If one looked closely, they would notice that Wang Zhuo's wife looked similar to this person. This person was very handsome. His face was flawless and had a pair of eyes that shined brighter than gems in the dark ocean. Xiao, the Ting family is facing a powerful enemy and the ancestor hasn't appeared. This is very strange. If you and your sister can safely return to Ting Family City, don't come out again. Ting 3 calmly said. Ting Xiao was Ting 3's daughter. The reason Ting 3 came out of his closed-door cultivation was to protect Ting Xiao. Ting Xiao gently nodded. Ting 3 hesitated for a bit and said in a serious tone, If I can't escape death, then don't go to Ting Family City to find your sister. Leave the country of Zhao immediately and go as far as you can. Wang Zhuo listened on the side. His expression was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. Ting Three's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He coldly looked at Wang Zhuo without any expression, making it hard to tell if he was happy or angry. He reached out and rubbed Ting Xiuxiu's hair. Waves of emotions surged in his heart. Ever since the ancestor separated him from his wife many years ago, he knew that even if he continued to live, he would only be able to live under the ancestor's shadow. All of this was because his wife was a mortal. As a direct descendant of the Ting family and one of the ancestor's most important great-great-grandchildren, he couldn't marry a mortal. This was because his descendants had to have the qualifications to cultivate. If he wanted to change, he had to have power and a cultivation level that surpassed the ancestors. Many years later, his cultivation was successful. Although his 2 daughters had entered the cultivation world with his help, his wife's lifespan had already come to an end. Even now, the pain in his heart had not lessened at all. In these countless years, he had been extremely strict with himself and wholeheartedly cultivated the Tao. Because only in the pursuit of the Tao could he suppress his devouring longing for his deceased wife. In a way, Ting Xiuxiu, who looked the most like his wife, was not only his daughter, but she also replaced his longing for his wife. Therefore, he would never let anyone hurt Ting Xiuxiu and would never let her suffer any grievances. Ting Three coldly glanced at Wang Zhuo and indifferently said, "Wang Zhuo, for Su Su's sake, the old man will not kill you. Scram! From now on, Ting Xiuxiu has nothing to do with you." Wang Zhuo's eyes lit up. He stared at Ting Three and sneered, "What a big temper!" With that, he retreated and was about to leave. When Ting Xiuxiu heard this, her expression changed. She immediately grabbed Wang Zhuo's arm and turned around to look at her father with tears in her eyes. She bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. Ting Three's gaze was still cold, but he slowly let out a sigh and turned around. Ting Xiuxiu's gaze was exactly the same as his wife. He couldn't kill Wang Zhuo in front of Ting Xiuxiu because he didn't want Ting Xiuxiu to be sad for the rest of her life. "Wang Zhuo, no matter what the Ting family did to your family, I hope you won't hurt Xiuxiu. After all, you two are cultivation partners. Your parents might not be able to accompany you for the rest of your life, but your wife is the only person who can accompany you for the rest of your life. Wang Zhuo, take care." Wang Zhuo pondered and looked at Ting Xiuxiu. His heart was filled with complex emotions. In truth, even he didn't know what he would do if that day came. Ting Xiuxiu looked at the 2 important men beside her and softly said, "Father, Wang Zhuo won't kill himself. He won't." At the end of her sentence, her voice was filled with conviction. Even now, this woman still stubbornly believed that Wang Zhuo would never hurt her. Although Ting Three's expression remained the same, the killing intent in his heart didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. If it was before, when the Ting family was powerful, Wang Zhuo's life and death wouldn't mean much. Ting Three was confident that Wang Zhuo wouldn't act rashly. But now that the Ting family was facing a crisis, everything was different. Ting Three decided that after returning to Ting Family City, he would find an opportunity to kill Wang Zhuo. This was because he had a feeling that if Wang Zhuo didn't die, then Ting Xiuxiu would be in danger. However, he didn't have this opportunity. A black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky. It was as if the black cloud could fall at any moment. Ting Three's eyes became serious. Without any hesitation, he pointed his right index finger at his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of nascent soul blood. At the same time, a speck of light flew out from his bag of holding and fused with the essence blood. It immediately turned into an oval ring of light before him. Ting Three's hand reached out and Ting Xiuxiu let out a scream. Her body was involuntarily thrown into the ring of light. She looked at Wang Lin and her voice was filled with despair as she pleaded, "Father?" When Ting 3 heard this, he couldn't be ruthless. He let out a sigh and reached out again. This time, Wang Zhu's body was caught and mercilessly thrown into the ring of light. Ting Xiu Xiu and Ting 3 disappeared into the ring of light. All of this happened very quickly. The moment the black cloud surrounded the ring of light, Ting 3 didn't hesitate to lower his cultivation and used a large amount of nascent soul blood to send Ting Xiu Xiu and Ting Huayuan out. After doing all this, he no longer had any regrets in his heart. His figure stood straight as he looked up at the sky, and an orange flying sword that flowed with flowing light soundlessly appeared beside him. This flying sword was personally made by him. It was named Dao Yun. His wife's name had the word Yun in it. He had to use his spiritual energy to clean this sword every day. Aside from himself, he didn't let anyone else touch it. Even Ting Huayuan was no exception. When he fought with others, he never used this sword. The degree to which he treasured this sword was no less than Ting Xiu Xiu's. This was because when he was forging this sword, his wife left a drop of blood inside. It was because of this drop of mortal blood that the sword's power dropped quite a bit. However, Ting 3 didn't care at all. In his mind, as long as the sword exists, he exists. If the sword breaks, he dies. At this moment, Ting 3's heart was filled with battle intent because he knew that he would without a doubt die today. If he had to choose how he would die, he hoped to live and die with this sword. He gently touched the flying sword. This was the last time in his life that he would use spiritual energy to wipe it. His eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a determined expression. Without saying a word, he slapped the flying sword, and it immediately flew toward the black fog in the sky. Ting 3's body immediately jumped up and followed closely behind the flying sword. He pushed all the spiritual energy in his body to the limit and turned into a meteor that charged toward the black cloud in the sky. Within the meteor, Ting 3 could faintly see his wife. She was smiling at him and calling out to him. The meteor flew across the sky, pierced through the black cloud, and landed 100 kilometers away. As the black fog moved, it all gathered together to form an illusory figure. It gradually revealed Wang Lin's appearance. He pondered as he looked at the direction the meteor went. At that moment, the middle-aged man charged at him without any fear and died under the Ji realm. However, at the moment of his death, Wang Lin felt a trace of mourning. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He didn't take out this person's soul even though if he refined it, it would become a high-grade demon. He didn't think that even the Ting family would have such a loyal person. However, this person had to die because he shouldn't have been born in the Ting family. 100 kilometers away, the meteor landed. Ting 3's body wasn't injured at all. His eyes were open, his breathing was gone, and he was no longer alive. In his hand, the flying sword named Dao Yun shined for the last time before it shattered inch by inch. Ting Family City. Ting Huayuan was at the top floor of the ancestral home. He stared at the row of jades in front of him. There was a total of 9 jades, and 5 of them had already shattered. Just as Ting Huayuan was staring at them, the jade representing Ting 3 broke into 2. Ting Huayuan's body trembled. His body suddenly became a lot older. He reached out his trembling hand and touched all of the broken pieces of jade. Finally, his hand stopped on Ting 3's jade and tears that he hadn't shed in 400 years flowed down his face. Hai Er, Ting Huayuan murmured. Ting Hai was Ting 3's real name. When the 9 core members of the Ting family inherit their titles, they leave a sliver of their soul in a special jade. In a short period of 2 days, these jades shattered one by one. Every time one of them shattered, Ting Huayuan's heart would feel a stab of pain. This was especially true for Ting 5, who almost personally witnessed the entire process of Ting Huayuan's death. This feeling of being 100 feet away but being so close made even Ting Huayuan's iron-like heart hurt. Ting 5, aside from Ting 1, was the person who looked the most similar to Ting Li. It was because of this that Ting Huayuan doted on him. Ting Nine's bitter childhood caused him to have a twisted personality. It was because of this that he walked the extreme path of cultivation and overdraft his life. Ting Huayuan had already prepared top-quality pills for him, but unfortunately, he couldn't use them anymore. Ting 8, Ting 6, and Ting 4 all had a place in Ting Huayuan's heart, but compared to them, Ting 3 was the most important. Ting Huayuan considered Ting 3 to be the shame of the Ting family. As a core disciple, he didn't want to cultivate and instead fell in love with a mortal girl. Because of this, Ting Huayuan forcefully separated the two and let time take away the girl's life. Ting Huayuan knew that Ting 3 hated him. However, this didn't affect Ting Huayuan's love for Ting 3. He even felt a bit of regret for what happened back then. However, this regret had no roots because Ting 3 was already dead. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.